As you know, I love to start early, so good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I got my coffee, I hope you have yours. Just to give you a quick introduction, I'm Dave, this is LoFiTrader. We're here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. If you don't realize, we're doing this live right now, so if you're watching it at a later time, that's A-okay. We're gonna go through the indices first, my trades, and then some small cap stocks that are extremely interesting in the market right now. So stick with us, guys. We have an amazing show for you, and I'm happy you're here. So let's get right into it. And it's gonna be a good day, guys, because today is to see how the SPY wants to ingest all of that information. So I already have the levels marked out for you. I believe we had them marked out for you already over the past 3 weeks. I think we're on our 4th week, maybe even more, guys. And boy, is it exciting with over 260 something subscribers. I think 265 now. Ever-growing community, and it's all because of you guys. And speaking of which, we got Terry, Rob, and Amiri here. Good morning, guys. More chin content. You better believe it, baby. I'm like a chimpanzee or possibly a chinchilla, if you will. But guys, I'm really excited for the SPY. I'm really excited to see how it digests all this information. And as you can see, I already had these marked out here. The SPY came right up and touched that 405. We talked about this 400 area for a long time. And now our next goal is to get up and trade sideways in this 410. Well, I had this marked out, so all I did was drag it out here, and look what happens. After we get our amazing rally on Friday here, guys, in the aftermarket, you can see it came right up here and tested that 405 and then broke back down, and in pre-market now has came up there. It's touched that supply area, and it looks like it's pulling back. Now, what I see for the SPY is after a huge period, a huge run-up over the course of Thursday and Friday, just a beautiful run-up in the SPY, I'm expecting to see at least a small pullback. And it looks like we are getting some of that pullback. Where that pullback is going to fall, I really don't know. I really have no clue, but I am expecting that pullback. Amiri says, whenever you have a moment, please go over OBSV, and we will definitely be going over OBSV in just a little bit. We're going to run through all of our indices, my trades, and then we're going to come back and take a look at whatever is on chat. So if you have something that you want me to take a look at, you let me know, because we will definitely go over it. I want to be your voice. This is just commentary, live trading, and analysis, guys. If you love it as much as I do, hit that subscribe button, because I am here every day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, and I love it. I have a passion for this stuff, and if you don't believe me, just ask the crew. They know. All right, so IWM. IWM is looking strong over the overall market as it was, right? And now we're starting to see, you know, it trying to hold this. It broke down, and it hold this 186, and we talked about this 186 because back here it was resistance, and now support. It bounced, it held, it's bouncing off support, it held, and it's heading back higher. So this 187.50 was looking really good to us, and it's well above the 200-day moving average. So the small and mid-cap stocks, this is the Russell 2000, and that's the ETF that they look at. And it looks overall pretty dang scrumptious. So I like it if you like it. Netflix, still trading sideways. We drew this red line out here for you. I told you if it broke down from here, be careful, we were going to have some trouble. Well, if you look, guys, this thing did break down from there, but it has reclaimed after the 2 very bullish days, because we had all that breaking down, and Netflix was just holding. Every time the market wanted to break down, it was just holding this area. Now it's reclaimed it at 315, and this might be a nice area for it to push higher. But I do think that if Netflix wants to break lower, we have support around this $300 area too, and that's why I drew this uptrend right here on the daily. We also see a curling 200-day moving average to the north side, and that's always a positive sign when it comes to Netflix. Microsoft, well, good old Microsoft. We pointed out about how Microsoft was failing us and closed below the 200-day moving average and traded sideways in there for almost a week. Well, the market shaped up, and look what it gave us, guys. It came up into this liquidity area, and we had a little fight here, but not much, which is good news for Microsoft. When it blows through areas like this and doesn't reclaim and trade sideways, if it blows through it and finds a new support up here somewhere, or even better yet, my favorite, comes back and tests this area at 251, then we might want to head on higher. So we got about 3 or 4 more guys, and then we'll go over the crazy low float stocks. We'll go over all that interesting stuff for all you low float young flyers that like to just smack the bid. Right here is the Amazon. Amazon, I always tell you, it looks like a pooper scooper under this $100 level. But you guys have to understand too, that after this big curl that we've had in this market, it looks like it's reclaimed some of this area, this 95 area. We see this V-shaped bottom here. If we can trade sideways in it, or better yet, head on higher to test this 100, then come back down and test for a push higher. Those are a few scenarios there, but I will say this pooper scooper of a stock isn't heading south right now. So let's hope, and I say it respectfully, let's hope Amazon can hold out for us, guys, because we want this big boat to head on up to do A-OK so the rest of the market can take off with it. So, see what else we got. So Meta, guys, I put my money where my mouth is on this one, okay? I didn't put a ton of money. I mean, I'm up to 10 shares on this, which is, you know, it's quite a bit depending on which way it goes. We're down like $7, I think, on this trade right now. It's real simple, guys. I've been talking about this 185 area for a very, very long time. And I kept telling you, I don't want to take this short unless it pops up to that 185 area. So, with the overall market looking extremely strong and Meta already looking strong before the market took off, this might not be the best play, but I wanted to put my money where my mouth was because I've been talking about this 185 and it being a short for the longest time. Now, of course, my own mind wants to fight with itself and say, oh, hey, you know, the market's strong and this is strong and that's strong. Well, either way, I still feel like we're going to get a small sell-off here. And I was hoping in pre-market, honestly, because I don't like to trade open. I rather trade after open. So if I don't see this before market open, if we don't see it give me some profitability, you know, come down and trade somewhere in here before market open, then I'm gonna just have to release this back to the wild and see if we can't catch a short a little somewhere else. So I'm not gonna mess with anything that looks too overall strong. Trying to short it, especially with the market looking as strengthly as it is. And guys, you better believe I'll be bringing this desk up because it's going to get real exciting once this cup of coffee starts flowing, right? All right, let's take a look at NVIDIA. So I like NVIDIA where it's at. We played an earnings gap up on this, and it ended up stopping us out, which was A-OK. It ended up failing even more down to this 225, but caught its reclaim and its push higher. And then after it pushed higher, it didn't even stutter here. It stuttered at its second area, right in this area, right? So it pushed all the way through, broke through, tried to break down here at the 230s, but got soaked right back up at that 230 area, 231. Got soaked right back up, pushed higher, and then cleared its highs in pre-market, and now is trading sideways at its highs. So NVIDIA at 238.34 looking very, very good. Tesla is just trading sideways still at that $200 area. It's trading at 198.92 currently. And you guys know how I feel about this $200 psychological level, because this 200 psychological level has had a lot of plays in it. 1, 2, 3, bounced 4, 5, 6, 7, and then this could be a possible 8. So I will definitely be keeping an eye on Tesla. I do like Tesla. I noticed this Wyckoff breakdown here. Now it looks like a lot of people covered their shorts, and we're back up trading in its supply area or its demand area. Depending on which side you're sitting on, this could be either the supply or the demand for you. So in this area is going to be very interesting at this $200 area. We're either going to, I hate to pull a John Madden, but we're either going to head higher or we're going to head lower, right? But trading sideways, I'm not 100% sure about Tesla. Of course, we'd like to trade sideways to create like a strong avenue, you know, trading sideways in this channel even would be great for Tesla, because we're still under that 200-day moving average, and I don't want anybody to forget about that. We are still below the 200-day moving average for Tesla, so I am not all in on that stock. Now, Apple. If you guys remember Apple, when it came back down here, I drew its little supply area here. I told you it wasn't much, but with this V-shaped bottom and it pushed it up higher, it closed this little gap it had, and after it closed that gap, it found a little support here, found a bid at 180 or 143, and now Apple is trading higher at 151.03. I like to see it up above that 150, that psychological area, and I like to see it stay there. But who wouldn't? As long as we're above that 200-day moving average with Tesla, I think we're going to be A-okay. So let's go to Google. Now, Google has been that show that I've been telling you guys about. And I said the only thing we got to root for on these charts is Google. And why did I say that? Because Google was the only thing that actually fell far enough to find some supply. And look at Google. Google found that supply and has been heading higher since it's touched it. Now, obviously, it's ran into some resistance, into some sell-off, and now Google is trading right back up to that $94 area. Okay, that $94 area, it rejected very rejected it. I don't like to call these rejection, but it has rejected. You can see it. It's clear, flat top. It's rejected that $94 area, trading at $93.49 right now. Google is, and trying to push higher. So with this, guys, this is kind of diddling in the middle, as they like to call it on Trader TV Live. It's pushed up into this 94 area and is going to break back down. That's not a buy or sell recommendation. I don't really know what's going to happen. My crystal ball is broken, but pay attention. We are in the middle of this range. It's either going to break down from here and bounce in between these areas, or it can actually catch a bid and head on higher. But remember, there's a lot of supply above this. So that's why I say we're kind of in the middle here, because you got supply overhead right here and you got supply below. So you could either, try and play this thing for a short back down here and catch a bid, or wait for this thing to break on through and trade sideways, or trade sideways in here for a while, wait for it to break up through. There's many things that are going on with Google, but on a long-term basis, this looks like it's trying to shape up, but it's still under that 200-day moving average. So, El Grande Smokio, is it too late to get into TRKA, honestly? Well, we're almost done. Let me get through these indices. El Grande Smokio, I like your name, man. I hope you stick around just so I can say your dang name. Yeah, but we will definitely go over TRKA and my honest opinions on it. Just give me a few more minutes. We got to get through these indices, guys, to see what is happening. So QQQ looks like it's trying to reclaim this area right here. If I just draw this area of liquidity right here, it's going to be right here. So it's just these little patches here and a little patch here that they traded sideways, and we're right into that liquidity area. Okay, so, and it's a $300 psychological area as well, right here, right where it sits now. So will this shape up in between here? Are we going to get a pullback from here? Only time's going to tell, but it looks like it is trying to shape up. That with the overall market as well. I did want to just look at Boyle just to show you guys that Boyle did have this beautiful blow off top, and I believe it was S-Sim that brought up Boyle to us, or was it you, Amiri? I can't remember. One of the two brought up Boyle, and I really like this when it broke through 7. I personally thought, and I always have to say out loud, because I personally thought that this thing was going to trade sideways and head on higher. Now, Boyle's extremely volatile. As you can see, it's ramped up this volatility quite a bit. So I'm definitely not going to take this off my watch. I still think it's very interesting. But as for a trade anymore, with this kind of gap, with this kind of movement in pre-market, it's not something I would want to hold in overnight. So day trades only on this Boyle. So let me run through my trades, guys. I'm going to run through them quick because we don't have many. And once we go through my trades, then we will go over OBSV and TRKA, obviously. So let's take a look. So we got XM, and look at this, guys. Good morning to me. Yes, sirree, baby. I've been holding on to XM for, gosh, you guys know how long. It's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. Well, look at this beautiful push it's given us. Now, it's given a lot of it back, which that's A-okay, because you know what? I'm in down here. I'm not trying to get out at 19. I'm trying to hold on to this thing until it closes below the 10-day moving average. So it's beautiful to open up after 5 long days, and then Friday, the market had this crazy volatile push, right? Thursday and Friday, really. And every time I looked over here at XM, what was going on? Absolutely nothing. I said, how freaking boring is this? And then not to even mention, we had this little pullback here into the $17 area in pre-market. And I said, man, I'm done buying this up. I got 65 shares of this stinking thing right now. I'm going to hold out. So this is where XM lays right now. Now, with a huge volatile push up to 19 with not much volume being traded, you know, it's got this huge sell-off. Now, if I was seeing this up here, sure, I probably would have taken half of my shares too. But hey, we're trying to do a live show here. So I'm holding. We're going to see what happens. You know, maybe this is an area where I take out a little bit, but that's not the trade, guys. My trade on XM, knowing that this is traded overall amazing compared to, while the overall market was heading down, this up, it held up, it pushed up, it traded sideways for a very long time, 2 or 3 weeks now. And then after it did that, look, we're getting this beautiful volatile push showing us that it does have a lot of interest altogether. And so while I hold on to this, we'll keep printing money. Some tasty tendies coming out of this trade as of right now. So we will see what XM wants to do. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, I have already been in this trade anticipating this move for 3 or 4 days. This is probably not the best area to get in now, okay? Because we've pushed up, we've already broken out. This thing could easily come back down and test the $17 area, and that might be a better area. So please be safe when you're looking at these. Next up, EMBC. Now, if you guys remember, I've been holding on to EMBC for a while. As it pulled back on those very strengthly days that the SPY gave us, I ended up getting out half of my shares here, and I'm still about $14 down. So if this thing ends up coming back down and hitting where I stopped out the first time and cannot hold this area, I probably will be getting the rest of my shares out of EMBC. So we'll keep a close eye on that, and we'll see what's happening. So CLMT. So I have an order to buy in 50 shares more of CLMT right down here, just in case we had a big wick off so I could buy this up. But we're going to keep an eye on CLMT. I'm looking for a beautiful cup and handle on the 10-day moving average with this daily insight, guys. So it is overbought currently right now. It is overbought. So I am expecting a pullback, but we need to keep a really close eye on CLMT. I only got one share just to keep an eye on it. So I'm reading the comments already. We got to finish this up, and then I'll go over the comments. But you're killing me, Smokey. You're killing me. Roblox. So good thing I got out of this trade. I was holding 75 shares of Roblox simply because I don't believe in Roblox, and I think this is going to be my short in the morning. I'll have to keep a really close eye on it, but let's see. Good old Meta over here. I'm just going to have to sell out of this and join the bid on this just because, you know, it's getting to that 187 area, and I'm not going to be the fool that just holds onto this thing forever. So I got my bid in. Well, hopefully we can get out of that. But Roblox, I'm going to keep this on my list, guys. I'm not in it. I was in it as a short here. But when it came back up, I got out. I don't want to hold these things over the weekends. I'm not a big fan of holding over the weekend because you never know what you might wake up to. I'd rather start off fresh unless I got a sizable position and I've already understood that I plan on swinging this thing. So that's that. I'm out of Roblox and I'm trying to get out of Meta so we can see how the actual morning shapes up. Okay, there we go. 13 down on Meta, which is A-okay. I'd take that trade again. I don't believe that this 185 is just going to be super strong. I think we're going to see some kind of sell-off in the morning on Meta, but, you know, I don't know. I'm just a big talking chin on Facebook. So let me make sure we don't have any more. CRUS, yeah, I have 4 shares in this. We know breaking that 10-day moving average, that'll cost me $15, but only time will tell. And of course, I get out of Meta, and look what happens. It's starting to break down. We'll see, though, guys. It's no big deal. ALGM, so I'm keeping a close eye on this for a breakaway, and I'm in MNDY, just a small 5 shares. That might be small to some, but large to others. So let's go over the comments and see what we got going on, ladies and gentlemen, because you know I like to keep up on the chat. So first thing that we're going to do is OBSV on the left-hand side, and then we will look at TRKA on the right-hand side. So let me take a quick sip of coffee. Let's bring this up. We're bringing up the desk already. Oh yeah. We're gonna keep this coffee warm today too. We're gonna keep it hot toddy. All right, everything out of the way. Let's do this, baby. So, OBSV, 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 OBSV. So when I see OBSV on a daily, the first thing I want to do is make sure I am marking out its highest liquidity areas. So one, we look back here on 11/22/22, and we have a liquidity area right smack dab at the 23-cent area. So if we zoom in on the daily, we can see that this thing caught itself a nice little bid down here below a penny, and then it launched itself to the north side, running right into, you guessed it, that 23-cent area in pre-market. After it broke through that liquidity area, it pulled back. So it could, you could see some obvious selling in that high liquidity area, right? I mean, I went back on the daily, I drew this line, and then we zoomed in on the hourly, and sure enough, it's right where this price action is, this accepted price of 22 cents in pre-market here. So what do I see with OBSV? Right now, I see that it is running into a very large patch. Well, let's see how large. Let's see how large before I start talking like that. So we have 54 million shares that it's ran into. Now, when I say that, guys, we have to also keep in mind that this has ran into this liquidity multiple times, and we know what happens when this does this. So it's ran into this area, it held and traded sideways, ran back up into that area, held, traded sideways. Now, we are at this base right here, which might actually show you very nice risk reward using 18 cents as your risk and holding on to this thing to see if it wants to break this 23 area. But just remember, guys, this is my hand. This is not yours. This is just, I'm skeptical about any of these low floats. But when I look at a trade like this and I see things like TRKA and like some of the other stocks where they eat away the laser, LZR, LAZR, when I see them eating away those resistance levels and they continue to eat it away, well, what happens if there's no more sellers and there's only people buying? That could be a clear indication that this thing, it wants to head even higher, right? So let's look at the 5-minute, guys. This gives you a little bit more data, but it's just spread out a little bit better. Sometimes you can see your levels easier if you're trying to day trade, and that's what you're seeing here. I just drew these lines, guys. It's just real simple lines that I'm drawing. These are the over blasts, where they're finding all the supply. So now we could do, I do this for you guys all the time. And then I just draw this, now we know where the rest of that liquidity lays. But the majority of that liquidity is right here where VWAP is. This is where the most area of volume has been traded, okay? So we have the base marked, we have the top marked. Now we're kind of playing in the middle, right? If you were playing in the middle, you'd want to know where your risk is and you would want to know where your reward is. So depends on how you're playing it, guys, but from what I can see, this looks like it's shaping up and might pose us a nice play in the very near future. So we'll keep an eye on OBVS and we'll put it over here on our small cap, OBSV, excuse me. And guys, too, I want to show you, I cleaned up everything a little bit. So if you look over here on my watch list, you can see these are all of our indicators with the SPY, the Russell, Netflix, all that good stuff. And then down here is all of our small caps that we'll be looking at, all of my watch list, and then all of my trades. So only small caps in this area, everything else goes right here, and then we have my trades at the bottom here in case you were wondering. So when it comes to TRKA, so I got to catch up on the chat and then we're going to go over TRKA. So is it too late to get to TRK? Honestly, is what El Grande Smokio says. Bit of a pullback at the moment, but I see value at 60 cents is what 12 years old and fat says. Of course, I ain't going nowhere, El Grande Smokey says. And then we have, you have a nice jaw. Thank you very much. I pride myself. I use skincare products just on my jaw. Where is the resistance line and support areas? I'm in at 0.24. So TRKA, you're in at 0.24, Amiri? Goodness gracious. Oh, you're talking about OBSV. So yeah, I'm glad that I already put those on there for you, Amiri. If those look, if you want more, if you want me to go over it more or more thorough, but right now we're just kind of playing in the middle. We know that we have this base, We know we have this is where its main bout of liquidity is, and we're trying to get past through that. So if you're holding at 24 cents, you're holding basically up here at you are the supply right now. Not to sound mean or rude, but right now you are the supply. You bought the supply, you're not the demand. So if this comes back up into this 24 area, there's probably going to be some more sell-off going on. So just be careful, Amiri. Make sure before you're taking these trades, you look back on the daily and you look for volume like this on the base. See this volume on the base? You want to look for that and then draw a line off of VWAP so you at least have an idea of where people are going to be selling out. That's not where you want to be buying. But that's what we have to do, guys. That's what we have to do. Like if we identify an area and it's not the best buy-in area, we have to figure out why we got in there, what we can do to make it even better. But this thing might shape up for you, Mary. Just make sure that you know your risk. Now we got to go over El Grande, El Smokio's beautiful question here. Right now, TRKA is the most popular stock in my country, Greece, and it is the only European country that is happening somehow. This is happening somehow. That's very interesting. Welcome to the show, El Grande Smokio. I really hope we earned your subscription, brother, because I really would like to say your name every stinking morning. That's great. I love it. It's like a red leather, yellow leather. El Grande Smokio. You know, that's beautiful. It's majestic, really. So yeah, when we look at TRKA, guys, I gotta move this bell over without making a sound. When we look at TRKA, you know, I don't look at TRKA and I go, oh, this is the long-term setup. You know, this thing is going, forever. But what I will say is there's a short squeeze setup on TRKA, and we know that because if we look up the short interest here, guys, which you guys can go look at for free, it's just on shortsqueeze.com, so that way you know where I'm getting all my information from. That's extremely important, guys, to know where I'm getting my information from. So you guys know that you can go back and you can find that same information on your own. You can do your due diligence on your own. But if we type in TRKA right here, boom, it pops up. We got still a 36.28% short percent of the float. So what's the float? The float is the available shares that are able to be traded to the public. If 36 of those 100% of shares are short, that means we might get a squeezy McGee straight to the north side if it wants to break through. Now, what do I mean by break through? What's there to break through, Dave? Well, I can tell you, guys, if we look at this beautiful, beautiful chart, let me just put this on the hourly, and we'll go back to something a little smaller. But if we look at this on the hourly, we can see that we had this area of liquidity right here at this 40 cents. It pushed up higher and made a new area at this 50 cent area, okay? We talked about this 50 cent area, if you guys remember, last Friday. We talked about how, you guys were really excited because it was pushing up and pulling back. And then in pre-market, you were saying, oh, this thing. And I wanted to bring everybody to realize that we are messing with a float, TRKA. The float is 50. So we agreed that it was 50 because some are saying 26, some are saying 67. So we're saying 50 million. So this thing, if it wants to work out properly and you want to see a really good squeeze on TRKA, dude, we need to see this thing trading sideways for a little bit. And that's what we got. We got 2 days of sideways action. That's great. But personally, I would like to see more. Now, of course, I want to see some action. I want to commentate on this. But I also want to see anybody in this thing to get a big, juicy, spicy win. I want to see you guys printing them tendies, dunking it in that mayonnaise and ketchup, just smashing, right? So let's hold, if this thing wants to go straight up, let it go straight up. I'm going to cheer it on, and I'll be here to speak about it all day. But if we want to see TRKA really do a nasty squeeze, let's see it trade sideways for a couple more days, trying to lock in a few more short sales, trying to lock in a few more buyers on this. But right now, not going to deny it. TRKA is looking strong. It's pushed up high in this pre-market. I need to put it up over on this side. I can get more information because I have pre-market volume on this thing. Well, it's not showing me. Oh, here it is. So on the pre-market volume, we have 12.5 million shares already traded, guys. 12.5 million shares already traded on TRKA. That is absolutely nutso. So GNS, so what we're gonna want to see is this thing continue to trade that kind of volume. Okay, so at 12.5 million, that's absolutely beautiful for the pre-market. Will it hold up? That's a great question. Personally, I like to see this thing trading sideways for a few more days, but we'll definitely keep an eye on TRKA for each and every one of you. We also have GNS on this right-hand side, and I'll be going over that very quickly. But first, let me take a sip of coffee. Let's make sure we're caught up on the chat, and then we will get right back to these amazing stocks. It's 10:30. 10:30. Good morning, America and Greece in this situation. So let's see. Amiri says you're correct. Thank you, Amiri. Doesn't happen often. Just kidding. El Grande Smokio says we love gambling, I guess. You know, gambling is fun, guys, but I don't like to gamble. I don't like to gamble unless I'm going to gamble. Because if we like or even act like we like that gamble mentality, that will bleed into your trading. And I talked about Alex about this quite often. We don't like lotto trades. Well, we do like lotto trades, don't we? We do like lotto trades. They're fun. They're exciting. The second you get in to a lotto trade, you get real excited. And those are like little drugs, guys. And drugs are bad, okay? Drugs are bad. If you're here to make money, quit doing the lotto calls. You need to make sure that you have the right setup, that you know what you're in, what you're trading, what your risk is, and where you're going to make that money. You know, and I'm going to sit here and I'm going to spit the facts. I could act like, you know, I'm some, you know, I don't know. I could, you know, TRKA, I'm all in, you know, and acting all crazy, guys. But if you want to see what a real investor, what a real day trader looks like, you're looking at it. You have to be disciplined. You have to show up every morning. You got to drink coffee. Anyway, back to the chat. Morning, brother. It is my B-day. Got extra sprinkles today. Let's make some money. B. Stewie. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear B. Stewie. Happy birthday to you. Good morning, B. Stewie. Happy birthday. Very proud of you. You enjoy them sprinkles. Have some sprinkles for me. Let's see. D-Lip says, Zup, 3008 at 58. So I'm not sure what you're saying, D-Lip, but I do like your encouragement. So 3008. If I think 3008, I can't even think of what ticker you're looking at. I'm guessing the futures, though, right? Let's see. Rabia's here. Good morning. Hope everyone had a great weekend. Rabia, I had an amazing weekend. After all that rain, after all that flooding that we had, I did my dad due diligence, and I went out there and I made a little trench to get get rid of all that water out of there. So there was a ton. But I did a little short video. I'll just post it so you guys know what I'm talking about later on today. So come for vacation. I'll buy you a euro. You know, El Smokey Grande or El Grande Smokio. I love euros, and I'd love to get a real euro from Greece. I really would. But I'm gonna call it gyro when I'm there, just to make everybody in Greece mad. All right, guys, back to the stock trading. We got TRK on the left-hand side trading at 60 cents, while GNS is trading at $3.91. Now, with GNS playing right where it's at, we have to understand that this is an area of liquidity. It found its base down here at $2.25, and it pushed up higher on liquidity, running right into its first area of supply. Now, this isn't just the only supply. It goes back further. So it pushed up through it, and we started seeing more sell-off just above that $4 area. That psychological $4 area is going to be the interesting stop, the interesting area where it wants to break through. So will GNS want to continue higher? On a lot of these stocks, you usually see, you know, big push-ups, big sell-offs, and then you see these little pops as they keep fading. So I'm expecting to see this thing keep fading, but I could be terribly wrong. So if you're watching GNS, make sure that you have a risk in mind, okay? So if this thing does want to push higher, we have to know that above us, every one of these lines that I have marked out here, guys, every one of these lines are going to be its area of resistance. So if you're in GNS and you're hoping for it to go higher, and I say hoping respectfully, if you're hoping that it's going to go higher, please keep in mind you have resistance at 5, at 6.50, at $8. There's a lot of resistance up above. So my guess is that it's going to weaken out and start heading lower in this area. So we will come back and we will look at GNS to see if my calculations were correct or if I was completely and utterly wrong. So I see my boy New Vision's here. Good morning, New Vision. And you brought up Tesla. So we'll go ahead and look at Tesla on the right-hand side. But because TRKA is so fabulous, yeah, so this Tesla riding right up on that $200 area. You know I like that $200 area. New Vision, you sure do. D-Lip says TRKA, amigo, got in at 31 cents. Sold and bought back in today with free money. Well, let's look at TRKA, and he got in at 31 cents, which looks like a great buy-in area, but I need to zoom out on my charts. So if we look at 31 cent area, that's right down here. And look at that. You know, I really like that trade. So you bought 31 cents. That is a breakout trade. Now, where, and when you bought that, I don't know. If you bought this, that's, you know, you're above VWAP, you're going into a push, and you're going into liquidity area. That's not a good place to buy. But if you bought it at 31 here, whether it be not so much here, and I know I'm playing this hindsight right now, okay? But if you bought the 31 after it pulled back and held its tests, right? Held this top, it held this, and then it pushes back up and traded sideways, I can totally see you getting in somewhere in this 31 after this test and pullback. So 31 in aftermarket on Friday would make some sense. I can see that. Not on Friday though, back in the Dizzy. So that was a nice trade, and I'm glad you got out. I love to hear people taking profits because, you know, there's a lot of you out there that will buy in, hold, brag about their profits, but never sell. All right? You don't ever actually make money unless you sell. Now, one thing I do want to say, D-Lip, just because I've seen it hurt people in the past, and it's hurt me too in the past, is calling it free money. That is your money. That is your money, D-Lip. You earned that money. You found a trade, you took the trade, and you sold out. That is your money. That's nobody else's money. So when you say, hey, I got in with free money, that's not free money, brother. You earned that money, and you need to respect the fact that you earned that money, and you should be very proud of yourself. So when it comes to spending free money, you're still spending your money, and I want you to make sure you take the trade as if it was your money. Always. Always. It is your money. It's never house money. Make that money, keep that money, and make sure you have a stop loss so we can show up every single day back at this stock market to continue trading. So guys, I'm going to run through the indices on the right-hand side while we keep TRKA up on this left-hand side because we have to keep up with the indices. Now, as I run through this, if you guys have something that you want me to go over, let me know. Let me know because I love to go over it. Okay, meeting over. Hello again, guys. 12-year-old and fat. It's always good to have you, brother. Thought you were going to read it, Gario, on my comments, but I see you know your Greek food. I only know Greek food because it's here in America. I mean, honestly, that's the only way I knew Greek food. And I really like the salads that they make over here. Though those Greek salads are about the only kind of salads that I'll ever say something good about a salad. Because if not, it's just gonna be. So look, guys, I'm glad I got out of that meta. I don't want to sit there and fight that 187. I talked about that 185 constantly on Meta, constantly. So I wanted to put my money where my mouth was, even though it was looking strong. So I threw a small share up. I put in 5. When it went a little higher, I averaged in, got in 10. And then when it broke 187, I got my booty out of there because I like small losses and big wins. If you guys like that, hit that subscribe button because that's what we do, baby. Every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. I love being here. I have a passion for the stock market. And if you are happy even as half as much as I am about things going up, down, left, or right, please hit that subscribe button because we love to do it for you. So next up we have, well, since we're going to run through the indices, we'll go to the SPY, which is pushing up at 405.10, guys. The SPY is still looking mighty fine, absolutely amazing. You love to freaking hear it, guys. That's why I'm here, for these reasons exactly. Netflix next up. So Netflix Guys, I might have to take a little bid here in Netflix. With everything pushing up and it's holding this base, why not? 315 to 316.50, that's $1.50 a share. You know, I'll just join the bid well, no, I'm going to wait. We're going to wait till market open. I don't want to get too excited about anything, guys. And I definitely, my newest rule is if I see a trade that I want, I have to wait at least a full minute before I take the trade. A full minute, that's it, just a full minute. So that way I'm not like, oh, I like that, get in, and then I go, oh, earnings are tomorrow. You see, guys, you see what I'm doing there? I took an RSVC, I think, on stream last week, and I got in and I go, oh, the earnings tomorrow. You know, now I got to get back out. And that's just silly, guys. You shouldn't be doing that. I shouldn't be doing that. So TRKA is trying to give it a nice little push, bouncing off that 58-cent area, now pushing higher to that 60-cent area, looking mighty fine, mighty fine. Microsoft now at 256.28. It's looking like it's going to run into this patch of liquidity, or at least a high at 156.50. So we will see how that does. Guys, if you don't see what I'm watching, or you don't want to watch what I see, go ahead and leave me a comment, and I will go over whatever you want. I don't care, big or small, we are here for you. This V-shaped bottom on Amazon we talked about earlier in our pre-market prep is now looking like it's trying to break higher. It's trading at 95.15. I need to go back and take a look at the SPY, because if Amazon's pushing higher and everything else is, sure enough, oh my goodness, SPY is so strong. Trading at 405.28. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. You love to see it, guys, because if you have a 401k, a retirement, investment, Roth IRA, I don't give a crap what you got. If the SPY's going up, you're making money. I'm making money. Now I sound like Oprah. You're making money, and you're making money. I don't know. That might be it might be too outdated for some of you youngins, but yeah. Tesla's still sitting right there at that $200 area. Goodness, just pushing its buttons, doing its absolute best. You know, I don't know what's going to happen here, guys, but I know with the market the way it is, let's take a look at the Qs, QQQ the way it is. That thing's pushing up higher too. I mean, market open is going to be nasty. I was really expecting a pullback today, and we're getting a nice push in the pre-market, so it's going to be very interesting. It seriously is going to be very interesting at the market open. So we will definitely see what is going to happen here. So if you guys give me 1 second, we will move on to Apple, but I want to make sure that I have everybody that I possibly could in this area. So let me just make sure. Boop, ba-doop, 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 doop. U.S. stock trader commentary. That's what we're gonna share. But we want to make sure that's like that. Beautiful. Okay, we're good to go. Doodle-doo. TRKA, Facebook. Good here. All right, guys. So let's catch up on chat really quick, because you know I don't like to mess that up. So, okay, meeting over. Got that. Tesla 199. Yes, sir. You're right, but I'm a gambler. Hey, D-Lip. Here's the cool thing. D-Lip. Here's the really cool thing about that. If you know, you know. If you know, you know, right? Have some fun. Enjoy your life. If you like to gamble, then gamble. Just make sure you're not impacting your friends or your family when it comes to your poison, we'll call it. Everybody's got their own poison, guys. I've got mine. You've got yours. But right now, D-Lip looks like he's a gambler. Interesting enough. No judgments passed, because we all have our dirty little things, right, guys? So 12 years on the fact that you guys think the pre-market action is retail or some covering. You know, that's a great question. That's a really good question. Yeah, wow. You know, I don't know. It's a really good question, actually. I'm going to say with the market looking overall strong, I think that it's pre-market, and I don't think people really know what's going on right now. Just because there's such lack of volume. Like if you look at the SPY from this day, where they're trading, you know, anywhere from like 6 million to right now it's trading 417,000. I don't think we really can pick up too much information in the pre-market. I think if you're going to see any institutional buying or selling, it's going to have to be during market open hours, because they won't be able to push hundreds of thousands of shares in pre-market without really moving the price. So That's my guess right now. In pre-market, I think it's just retail really, but and some institutional, obviously, because retail is not going to be pushing this up as much as it is or down as much as it is. But yeah, I think if it is, it's a little bit, but I think we're going to see the real movements at market open. So let's see. If you want to have a good laugh, look for BPIRY and check its history. I don't even know if I want to look this up. There's too many letters. BPIRY. Yuck. Oh, wow. Look at that ramp up off the 63 cent area. Yeah, that's a pretty yucky looking stock. No liquidity in there. I don't know what's going on with it. But SPY at 405.29 looking amazing, guys. So look, there's 15 in here now. I just need to congratulate you. Simply because you're here for pre-market prep, you're doing yourself a favor, and half of the traders that are out there won't even wake up until market is open, guys. So if you're here and you're here now, you're doing yourself due diligence, you're doing yourself a favor, so we can look over the indices, so we can get an overall understanding, a breadth of the market, if you will. Now, what we do is we like to run through all of our biggest stocks, then we run through what I am trading, and then we go ahead and we always look back at the chat because it's all about the community here. We already have 19 votes, you guys? Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh, I gotta show you guys this. This is nuts. So look at this, guys. We have already 20 votes. We already got 20 votes on this poll. You guys, this is absolutely amazing. What a crazy, crazy day already. So let's just see where we're at on the poll. We got 45% of you saying yes. We got 30% of you saying no, and 25% of you say that you're just here for the chin. Goodness gracious. It's that chin, huh? So, am I bugging out? Good, we're still here. Hopefully my internet holds out for you guys. I really do hope it holds out. So yeah, we already got 20 of you in this. That's a beautiful thing. Thank you so much for being here, guys. So I just want to say thank you for doing your due diligence. Thank you for doing yourself a favor, being here with me on pre-market prep, making sure we know where our lines are, making sure we're prepared for the day ahead. So good morning. John Shields is here too. Yes, sir, in the house. Heck yeah, John Shields is back again, baby. Good to see you, John. Thank you for stopping in. So we're going to run through the indices, and we're going to run through them even quicker than I did the first time. And then we're going to go over my trades because I'm really interested to see how XM is doing. If you guys were here just a few minutes ago, you'll know that XM was absolutely going nutso for me. So let's run through this, guys. Well, the SPY is trading at 405.59, looking absolutely amazing. You got to love it if you have a retirement. The IWM always looking strong compared to the S&P 500. Now is trading at 192.10. Let's keep on keeping on. Netflix bouncing off that base. Ooh, maybe I should have taken that trade, but I don't like pre-market trades as much. Let's see how the volatility wants to pull in for pre-market. But Netflix trading at 316.50, looking great at that base there, guys. Microsoft now pushing even higher. Goodness on, well, you can't say volume, but it is definitely pushing higher. 256.82 looking great for the overall market. It looks like Microsoft is going to find its, nope, it's pushing through it now. That is great. Wow, that is some amazing news. Yeah, Microsoft's going to be really interesting at this 256.50 top. I'm expecting to see a little resistance here, but if it wants to blow through that too, I'm not going to argue with a strong market. I will not. Amazon doing the same thing. We had a slight pullback, now pushing back up there to 95.19 in pre-market. You got to love it. You got to love it. Meta, now, you guys remember this morning I was in a Meta short because I talked constantly about this 185. This 185 was such a strong area. Well, guess what? It only stuttered. It barely stopped, and now it's pushing up. Meta, 187.80. Looking great, guys. Now, with Meta where it's at, breaking through my psychological, my resistance area in pre-market, if this thing wants to head higher and pull back, I'm going to use that 185 as a support, okay? Because if it breaks through and it pulls back to it, we're expecting this resistance to now be support if it breaks through and wants to pull back, all right? Let's look at NVIDIA. So NVIDIA has been looking absolutely scrumptious ever since, not even then. NVIDIA has been looking good for the past 4 weeks as the market was pulling back. NVIDIA still was trading sideways, and then their earnings came out. Very good surprise, almost double on their EPS, and then boom, headed straight higher, broke through their highs, and then traded sideways. Now, it got us out on the earnings play because you guys know I like to keep a tight stop loss. Took us out for a very small loss, and then as it broke down further, it caught a bid down here at that 225 and then broke back higher. NVIDIA, good old NVIDIA, trading at 239.40, guys, looking great. And as we take a look back, TRKA is trading at 59 cents, wanting to hold that 58 cent top from previous days. If this thing can hold out and continue to trade sideways, we might see a volatile mover. So let's take a look at the next one, and then we're going to catch up on chat and look at my trades because I really want to see what XM is doing right now. 199.06 for good old Uncle Tesla, just sitting there at 199.10 and wanting to see what this thing wants to do. It's not giving us much movement at all in pre-market, which is totally understandable, especially being right there on its $200 area. So I hope Tesla can move higher for all you Tesla-lonians, but if it does not, trading sideways is not a bad thing for it. So next up, we got Apple. Delicious and nutritious. This Apple trade's looking crazy on the hourly. With a breakdown, it almost looks like it came down to that 150 psychological area. And what happened? It gets soaked right up. Wiki wick offer sends. On this hourly, you got this huge wick. That's always a bullish sign in my book. This isn't buy or sell recommendations, ladies and gentlemen. This is just a big talking chin on YouTube. Absolutely loving it. Very, very passionate about it. And if you like it too, I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. So hit that subscribe button, baby, if you want to see more. 153.80 Apple sits at currently, while TRKA is trading at 60 cents even. Now let's take a look at Google because Google is my fanboy. I am rooting for Google, but we are diddling in the middle right now, as Trader Live TV would say. 93.93 right here is its peak. 93.75 resistance area. It's probably going to want to see a little pullback here, but with the overall market looking extremely strong, guys, this thing might want to break on through, head on higher, and give us a better play. So if the overall market wants to shift still to the north side, continue this rally to the north side, that's a-okay with me. I hope it's a-okay with you, because that is what's happening. If it wasn't happening, we'd be in an alternate universe where things don't do what they're supposed to do, right? Wow, that was deep. Okay, so did we get through everything? Yes, everything that I wanted to, except for, let's look at the dollar and the VIX. So VIX is the volatility index of the overall market. It is trading at 1889. This is not something you can trade, guys. This is something we look at to get an overall understanding of how fast the market moves. Right now at 1835, the market is not acting too volatile, but also remember, at these lows, if we ever look at these lows, what happens when they're at these lows? They have the tendency to spike. Now, we need to keep in mind, we have, and I wrote this, guys, up here for you, on the 7th, we got the Papa Powell. He's doing a testimony in front of Congress. This isn't just your normal talk, okay? He's doing it not just in front of media people that he can just brush aside like, oh yeah, we'll talk about that later, or oh yeah, MC squared, or whatever. He's actually doing it in front of Congress, which still doesn't know the monetary policy nearly as well as probably some of the media guys, but we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Hopefully they can ask and get him to say and do things to help to bring a little bit more information to fruition so we can digest that and then put it into our plays, okay? So right now the VIX is very low. I feel this is the calm before the storm, because then after Papa Powell testimony is on the 7th, we have payroll on the 10th, we have the CPI index on the 14th, and then of course your FOMC meeting on the 22nd. Each one of those is going to be extremely volatile, and I'm going to cover each and every one of those right stinking here, guys. I want to keep you informed. I want to keep you safe. And I, of course, want to know what's going on. So I'm going to be here anyway. You might as well show up and be a part of it. Guys, every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. So one thing I do want to just bring up before we carry on, because we want to see the dollar, right? We want to see my trades. The dollar is still breaking down, but it might find support in this area, so be careful with this. We do want to see the dollar breaking down so we can see the indexes starting to go up. Now, if I bring this up in front of you, I'm just doing this because I like it, because I like to. Okay, right here we have a poll, guys. 20 is usually, but we're gonna go with 25 today because we're looking so scrumptious. We want 25 on this poll before I close this out, and we'll start a new poll after that. But we have 22 votes. Let's get 25 on the poll, and while you're here, smash that like button, guys. This is the only thing I'm gonna add. I'm never gonna sell you guys anything. I'm never gonna do anything like that. I'm never gonna try and sell you anything. I'm gonna ask you to do two things: hit that like, hit that subscribe, and maybe a third thing. I want to see you guys show up to pre-market prep. Do yourself a favor, show up for pre-market prep. It's probably the best thing you can do for your trading, because not only are you going to get spit some information, but you're going to see levels on the charts that you know when you hear them, when you see them, you're going to go, oh, I better be careful, or oh, this is my buy area, or oh, this is where I should be selling. You're going to get those inclinations, and that's why I am here. I'm here to protect you. I'm here to make sure I know those levels so I can make trades in front of you. Okay, guys? So hit that like, smash that subscribe button, and thank you so much for being here. Let's get right back into it. TRKA, now trading at 60 cents, really doing its absolute best to trade here. 6038 is what I should actually be telling you guys, because it's such a penny stock here that those little increments can really increase or decrease your trades. So TRK is looking great. Dixie, we're going to go ahead and put the SPY up here on the right-hand side. And then if we have about 45 minutes before market open, and I have a lot I still feel like I got to do. We got to make sure we go through the earnings. We have earnings gap ups today, guys. Very, very important to take a look at the earnings, so we will do that. But let me just check out and make sure we're all caught up on the chat before we go into that next segment. So, wow, we got a lot of you guys in chat. I love to see it. Love to see it. We're gonna have to make a moderator just to make sure, because we don't have any haters in here, and I hope we never get a hater. But I probably won't read it for like half an hour. There'll be a bunch of cussing in here and stuff. So, yeah, John, yes, sir. Let's see. I wanted to show you a Greek bank. One share is $60 USD in 2024, and now is $2. Goodness gracious, El Grande Smokio. That is crazy, the inflation you guys got going over there. Let's see. Sorry I'm late. Moving slow today. Have a great day, all. Granny Randy's in the building. Good morning, Granny Randy. You know I drink it black. This one's for you. Cheers to you. And let me just send you out a little chocolate chip pancake in the, I gotta click the emotes, and then we'll type in cookie. But don't be confused, ladies and gentlemen. This is a pancake, because good old grandma, Granny Randy, just like I did for the wife this morning, cooked a delicious pancake with chocolate chips in it every single morning before I went to school. You gotta love it. You got to love it. You gotta love Granny Randy. If you don't, well, then you're just evil. You're just an evil person. Only kidding, though. But I do love you, Grandma. Thank you so much for stopping in. Let's go ahead and catch up. Guys, holy cow. Apple is moving. You're darn tootin', Apple's moving. We can just bring Apple up on this side just so we can keep an eye on it. You know, that's definitely helping these indices. Just really ramping up here. Apple now at 153.75. Wow. NVIDIA. Oh my God, NVIDIA. Now you got me tripping out right now. Greg, NVIDIA. Yeah, NVDA. Well, how was I saying it? NVIDIA. Oh man, I'm gonna have to write that down on the board so I don't mess it up. What was I saying? NVIDIA? I think I was saying NVIDIA. N-A. Yeah, you're right. Greg, you're absolutely right. It is NVIDIA, and I appreciate that, because as a commentator, you want to make sure that you're saying things right, because if not, well, you'll just get a bunch of comments in the comment section. But that's okay too, right, guys? So let's see. 12 years old fat. Wish I was off today. Supposed to be on strike on Wednesday. Think I'll take it to watch TRKA. Listen, if your boys are out there striking, you should be out there striking with them because they're believing in something, and if you can stand behind it, you should be there with your boys. I used to be union. I'm far from union now, but I do believe in the power of the people, guys, and that's why I'm forming a community right now, because there is a massive power when you get a group of people together of like-minded investors. We can shoot ideas off of each other. There's been plenty of tickers that you guys have brought up to me, and that's why we're doing this. So 2 things on that. 12 years old, you should always support, but if you're going to be here and you're going to hang out, I'm fine with that too, brother. So 12 years old and fat, appreciate you being here. New Vision says crowd earnings tomorrow. Yeah, CRWD. Now, I looked at this chart. I did a nice show with the Robinhood Stock Market Watch list on Facebook. On Sundays, we go through this prep. And one of the preps that we did was CrowdStrike, because CrowdStrike is coming out with their earnings on the 7th. Okay, now CrowdStrike is very well watched, but it's so far below this 200-day moving average, and every time we've seen it hit that 200, it's sold off. So I'll definitely be keeping an eye on Crowd, but for the overall long term, it's going to have to shape up above the 200-day moving average for me to want to find something with it. So low pencils in the building. Well, low pencil. Let's take a look at MTC. Is that what you want? MTC? Sure. So MTC, guys, let's take a look. Now, we've already looked at MTC a few other times. MTC, for me, low pencil, the short is at $6, okay? So I'm not going to look at this thing until it gets up that high, but for you guys, let's take a look at some of this, guys. Now, we've looked at trades like this. I've already had this marked from back here. This is a high liquidity area, okay? And what happened? It broke through that liquidity area. It came up and tested that liquidity, and then it broke through that liquidity and went skybound like a stinking rocket all the way up here to this 312 area and is now selling back off. So we know for a fact now this $1.50 area is a very important level for MTC. So my thoughts on MTC right now is we need to see this thing hold this area, trade sideways above it, and then find enough to push up back through now this liquidity, okay? It's not much here. It's not much in this 2 to 275 area, but if you want to see proof of concept to the north side for MTC, you're going to want to see it hold this area of liquidity that it broke through and trade sideways and then start to curl up before there's a trade on it. TRKA at 60 cents even, sitting right on pre-market's VWAP. So there, that's what I got for you on MTC. Low pencil, it's good to see you though, brother. Good to see you. FCEL, so FCEL. Let's take a look at FCEL on the right-hand side. So FCEL is just trading kind of sideways. It does look like it's starting to curl up here. It's creating a new higher low on the daily, but still under that 200-day moving average. So this looks like FCEL, fuel cell energy. Looks like it's trying to shape up there. And yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to give this a little bit more time, New Vision, to see what's happened there. Union's dead, B-Stu. He says, yeah, I agree with you. Union is dying. It seems like they're giving all of the stuff that they wanted to work so hard for, they're giving it all back. The power is not really in the people, it's more in the corporation. But that is just, that's, you know, I've worked for the union, and so I kind of got a bad taste. I'm kind of biased. So I shouldn't really be saying these bad things because there's nobody to argue the other side, right? So no economic data today, guys. Nothing happening today. So it's not something we have to really worry about when it comes to that. So keep that in mind. No economic data today. We're just going to see what is actually happening. So let's take a look at AI on the right-hand side. Thank you, B. Stewie. It's one I have not gone over yet. So as you guys can see, this thing is going to see a little stutter step. And why? Well, if we go back to its highest traded volume and we mark this area right here, it's right at $29. Now we come back here. Oh, what's this? It's right at $29. So if you guys are looking at AI to continue higher, that's A-OK. That's A-I-OK. But I would suggest kind of waiting. If you haven't taken profits, take some profits and wait for a small pullback. There's nothing bad waiting for a small pullback and then watching that pullback test. When you watch that pullback test again, that's great. That is great. It's testing that area. You can start gaining confluency, conviction across time frames, and then you can find a spot to take that trade, okay? So guys, keep in mind, AI is looking great. I absolutely love AI right now, okay? I got stopped out on the trade. I even told you guys they're probably dumping off right before earnings to kill this liquidity, because there's so many longs in this area. If they break it down here, it stops everybody out. It stopped me out, and then earnings came, and we could have taken an earnings play. We could have did a lot, but I did not have buying power at the time. Which, speaking of which, we got plenty of buying power now. We decided to make this small YouTube channel, I had about 16,000 in the bank. Well, we're up well above PDT now, guys. We made sure, instead of just waiting around and using a little bit of cash here and there, I don't want to miss a trade. I don't want to miss a trade. If I'm here in front of you guys, we're going to treat this like a business, baby, and we're going to make sure any trade that I say I'm going to take, I will be able to take now. We decided to throw the extra funds in the account so that way I have restriction-free. We are restriction-free now, no PDT rule. We got about $50,000 worth of buying power, and I think they would give me more if I asked for it, but I don't think I'm going to need more than that because we like to take things nice and easy, small share size, knowing risk in mind. But if I see that big juicy setup, you better believe I'm going to hammer down, baby, because I like to make that money too. So TRKA still trading sideways just on VWAP at that 60-cent area. If you don't hear me talking about what you want to hear talked about, you better speak up, start spitting it out in the chat, because I'm just going to talk about whatever I want to. Now, Meta at 188, looking like it might find a little hiccup there, which is totally understandable, because at some point in time, this thing probably is going to want to slow down and start curling back. So the SPY, let's take a peeky gander, and it too is looking like it's finding a little bit of resistance in that area that I drew for you. Let's zoom back out to the hourly and see if we can't get a little bit more understanding of what's going on. So see this liquidity, guys? I pulled this out. You got the bottoms that are on the red, and it looks like it even pulled back, tested that base, and pushed on higher. But personally, I think we're going to see some sell-off at the open. Just because we've had such a big push. Now, I could be completely wrong. This is just a guess. But, you know, I'm a technical analysis trader. Okay, I take these technical, I analyze what's going on from it, and then I make a determined guess of what's going to happen, right? And it is a guess, because I don't have a crystal ball. I wish I could, you know, every one of us watching right now, all 20 of you watching right now, would be stinking rich if I could call out these plays, right? The only thing I can give you is the clues. I can give you the clues, but I can't make you press the buttons, okay? Heck, sometimes it's hard enough for me to press those buttons. You guys know trading is hard, but that's why I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, to show you that trading is hard, to show you that you need to pre-market prep. You need to have an understanding of where those levels are. And if you are interested, or I'm bringing you any entertainment or value whatsoever, hit that subscribe button, guys. We are already up to 25 votes. 25 votes already on the poll. We have 40% say yes, we will be getting a pullback this morning. We have 32% of you saying no, we won't be getting a pullback this morning. And there is a grand total of 28% of you that say, I'm just here for your big chin. And you know what? I appreciate that. I definitely appreciate that. So thank you very much. I gave it a little shave. Nobody noticed last stream. No big deal. No big deal. Actually, my Uncle Harold did. So I got to call you out. Thanks, Uncle Harold. Appreciate you. Thanks for caring. So guys, yeah, if you don't see it, throw it up in the chat. If not, I'm going to look at whatever kind of crap I want. And GNS. Look at GNS, baby. GNS looking mighty fine. Absolutely love to see it. I draw these lines, I call things out, and we are starting to see some things come into fruition because of it. So now, I want to run through these indices again. Oh, I haven't went through my trades yet. Guys, I'm dying to see what's happening with my trades. So let's take a look at my trades, and then we're going to go through earnings. That's that. That is that. John Hammer's here. It's about that time, baby. That's right. I'm just here for your Davy and your beautiful chin. Thank you. Thank you, John Hammer. John Hammer, you're always supporting me, and I absolutely love you, brother. Thank you so much. John Hammer has been around since the very start of my trading. Very start. I think he met me within, I don't know, 6 months of when I actually started getting interested into this. So good to see you in here, John Hammer. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. My XM trade did pull all the way back to 1765. That pre-market can be crazy, but hopefully that is a little inclination that we might want to see XM go to the stinking moon at morning open. So we will see how that works out, because you know I like making money. I like showing you that I'm making money. You know, you take all these small little losses, especially with a 35% win rate. That's me, 35%. Don't click away. Let me tell you, I'm still making money. 35% win rate. That's because my losses are small and my wins are big. I can take a lot of little paper cuts and I can be down, but I get one win. It eats all of that up. All right, guys. Alex, good morning, Alex. You're about 25 minutes early. Good morning to Alex. Cheers to you, good sir. Good morning, good morning. It is always good to see you in here. So GNS does look like we're getting that little bit of pullback at that $4 psychological area. XM though, XM guys, you know, you love to see it. It's trading sideways for so long while the market was pulling back. I almost wanted to pull out of this trade. I did. I almost wanted to pull out of this trade. I wasn't too confident in it anymore, but I said, no, I need to hold. It's had such a big push before the market, and it held that whole time. The market looked like crap. It held all of this. So I just held. I actually ended up buying 10 more shares when it broke down past my buy-in area. So we're good. We're doing good on XM. Things are looking good. But EMBC still trading sideways, not showing me any inclination that it wants to trade higher. Well, CLMT, we only have one share of that. So I only have that just because I want to keep an eye on it, but I still would like to get a better price around that 10-day moving average. So I got one share to force myself to keep an eye on it. Now I have Roblox up here. I have Roblox up here because I want to short Roblox, but I don't want to short it in pre-market. I don't want to hold on to this thing during the market open. And if I miss my trade because of that simple reason, then that's no big deal. I could care less. But I'm looking to short Roblox. I don't believe in Roblox. I like this Wyckoff thing here. But right now I don't have a position, guys. I want to wait to see what happens. If we can see this thing, what I was hoping, and I say it respectfully, for this thing to break down before market open. And as it breaks down before market open, this pop into the 4150 area would have been the way I would have liked to take in a short. So that being said, if we just break through, we head on higher, and then we might bounce off this. I really don't know. But that's my game plan, not yours. Make sure you're doing your own due diligence so you know where you want to get in and out of these trades. Okay, guys? So let me carry on. CRUS, I am in this trade. This is a $15 stop loss right here. This is my stop, this red. And as you guys know, I always like to start with a stop. I always want to know, what can I lose? What can I lose first? And then how much can I win? And as long as those are different, as long as my loss is going to be smaller than my gains, at least by 1 to 2, 1 to 4. I like to see 1 to 4, 1 to 5. And you'll see that, guys. You'll see me trying to do that right here in front of you, okay? So CRUS, we just have a $15 stop loss. We're trying to see the bigger overall picture. We want to make sure that this thing stays above that 10-day moving average or above my stop loss. Whichever comes first is going to be where I get out. And it looks like now it's the 10-day moving average, okay, because it's up above my stop. So it's looking okay right now, guys, but it's definitely going to need some obvious time to tell. Now, I have Meta on my trades because I did want to show you guys that I was in Meta this morning, but I got out, so we don't have to keep that up. Now, ALGM, guys. ALGM, this thing I've been watching, and I really like this pullback. I like where it's sitting. But again, I need market open to give me a little bit better understanding of what's going on. Now, when I look at ALGM, see this huge divot and buy up again in pre-market? That's one thing. When I'm looking at trades like this, I don't like to see. I don't like to see crazy, pullbacks. Because what if I was in this thing and I seen this huge pullback? I'd probably want to get out, So when you see things like that, on these trades, you don't want to be in anything that panics like that, Now that might have just been, the market makers, clearing this out so they could head higher without having anybody selling into their bids. Sure. I'd come up with a lot of different ideas, but ALGM looks good where it's at. I like this cup. I like this handle, but what I really, really would like to see is this thing trade sideways, creating a bigger handle on the daily as that 10-day moving average catches up. All right. That's just me. That's my book. And then the last trade I'm in is MNDY. Now, I bought MNDY because we had this big pullback while the market was looking bad, and as it's been pushing up, it reclaimed that 10-day moving average. So I just bought a small 5 shares in this because I think that we're going to continue to see this higher, not to mention we are starting to see this 200-day moving average start to curl up. And we're starting to see a little bit more volume starting to trade on this thing. So with all of those things shaping up, I do like MNDY. I'm in very, very small. I know what I'm risking, guys. I have my risk right here in front of you, so you know just as well as I do that when it breaks this, I'll take a small loss. If it wants to head on higher and print us some delicious tendies, I'm okay with that too. Let's take a look at TRKA on the left-hand side. We are trading at 59.06, so 59 cents, guys, for TRKA. Now, I want to run through all my small cap stocks. CDIO is breaking down from that $7 area. We have REVE just trading sideways, looking like garbage. OBSV, sure enough, look at that. I hope Amelia's still here. Bouncing off that 17 cents. We drew this line, and we know she got in a little bit up here at this 24-cent area. So this would be your stop loss now. The 17 cents if you're still holding, because if it breaks this area right here, you don't know what's going to happen. But if it heads back up to your 24-cent, we know that that's where your supply is. So keep that in mind. Know your levels, guys. Know what you're trading as well. JSPR, I've been keeping an eye on this thing just because it's traded sideways for so long, and it's still holding an ADR, an average daily range of 9.1%. That's amazing. 9.1% can really move your account. Okay, so if it breaks these areas, breaks these highs, this JSPR might want to move higher. Now, it is a slower mover now. When I was trying to get into it, it was moving a little bit quicker. Nothing too crazy, but just something to keep an eye on. Maybe you want to throw it on your watch list. Maybe not. Maybe you don't like it. XPON now still trading up there at its highs at $4.86. Guys, we have a little over 15 minutes left. 15 minutes left till the market opens. So if you've been here since the beginning, I do appreciate you being here. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. Guys, if you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, hit that like, hit that subscribe button. Do me a favor. Why? Because I won't try and sell you on anything. I'm not going to say, hey, buy a course. Hey, give me a super like or a super follow. Hey, donate money or join my Patreon. You're not going to hear that crap coming out of my mouth. There's only 3 things I'm going to ask of you. Hit that subscribe, hit that like, and be here for pre-market prep. Be here. Please be here for pre-market prep, guys, because this is where the money is made. Just like when you paint, you need to tape off everything. You need to cut in. You need to feather in all your lines, okay? It's all about the prep work. Your paint job you can do in an hour, but your prep work's going to take you half the day. Same thing with this, guys. We show up an hour before market opens. I'm here 2 hours before the market opens, so I can pre-prep for you guys. That's how much I love this show, okay? So if you want to show up for pre-market prep, that will be the last and final, the third thing I'll ask of you. So subscribe, like, and be here for pre-market prep. If you don't want to do all 3, that's fine. I'm still glad you're here, but goodness, that's all I'm going to ask of you. So let's hop right back into it, guys. We're going to bring up the SPY on the right-hand side, and we're going to continue going through my small cap stock left. So XELA, ta. You guys know XELA. This is one of those that cleared out its liquidity, or is trying to clear out its liquidity, I should say, because there's more liquidity than just here. There's a little bit just above it, and it's kind of funny if I mark this out, you'll see, you'll get a little right here. So we know we have liquidity all the way to 0.85 cents, 0.085. All right, so is it going to be able to eat through this and head higher? I don't know. It's got a lot of fighting to do, but XELA is not looking too shabby right now. HUBS, so Hubs, did this beautiful curl. Now, I like to see these curls because that shows, and I'm pulling this out of the William O'Neill's How to Make Money in Stocks. It's this book. I didn't come up with any of the ideas that I'm saying. I'm regurgitating all this. I'm a monkey see, monkey do, guys. I'm a monkey. I've learned, and now I'm just regurgitating that same information, okay? So HUBS, it pushed up on these gap up on this earnings, and it looks like this curl down, we still have all these investors holding, and it's heading back up. Trading at 410 right now in pre-market. So HUBS looks like it is still wanting to do strengthly things, trading well above its 200-day moving average now, and still looking well after those earnings. It still held most of that gap. It never closed that gap on the earnings. We have 28 people on that have voted on the poll already. Guys, we're going to end this poll. We got 43% of you saying, yes, we'll get a pullback this morning, so we will see at 9:30. 43% said yes, 32% said no, and goodness, a whole 25% of you said, you're just here for my big chin. Hey, Y'all can't deny it. This chin is a riot. All right, so that's it. We got 28 votes on that. What should we do a poll on next, guys? What should we do a poll? TRKA is extremely popular right now. Maybe we do a poll on that. What do you guys think? Let me know what your thoughts are if we should do a poll on something. I don't mind what it is as long as it's stock related, and then we can always throw in something funny with it. Yeah, guys, if you have any ideas for the poll, let me know. If not, I'm sure I will come up with something very, very soon. So Netflix right there, still coming up off that 315 base, trading at 316.78, looking great. Microsoft still heading up there. It's at 256.38. Amazon, we want to go back through. Let's take a look at BVS on the left-hand side. BVS found that $2.40 area that we talked about previous. It's kind of just traded in the middle. We need to see this thing trade sideways, build higher lows, and then bring the 10, 21, and 30-day moving average up to get us a trade. ONCS has now quickly broke down this area. This happened after hours on Friday. That 225 area broke down. It looked like it's trying to hold, but there is no liquidity left. I'm on the 15-minute. We can zoom in on the 5-minute. Yeah, it looks like all the liquidity is dying. So to me, this is considered, now I know this is day 3, but this would be considered a day 2 short. And that's where you find a little pop into the liquidity area and you would short this. So that is just an idea. I'm not giving you any buy or sell recommendations, but if you're looking for an edge, this is the first thing that I started with when I was looking for, you have all this overhead resistance, it's traded below it, and then you're waiting for a little pop in the morning to get a short sale, probably right around that 225 area or close to it. Again, this isn't buy or sell recommendations. I'm just a big talking chin on here, and I'm just giving you guys ideas of things that I might do or that I have done before. BFRG, now this bullfrog was brought up, I believe, by, was it John Shields, I believe. I don't remember, but I believe it was John. John, if you're still in here, let me know if this was the stock that you were looking at. But I told you guys we had a big push up, but there was nothing up here to formulate any kind of plot or plan. So what I expected was we were going to get a pullback, if you guys remember, and I said if we pull back and we can hold some of these gains from its push up in pre-market and trade sideways, then we might have a plan or something to play off of. But until then, we don't know what's going on with BFRG. So we'll just keep on looking at it. OCEA, I think we are done talking about OCEA unless it gets another pop. This thing was a beautiful runner, huge, and then it just sold off, and any pop that it got, it sold right back off. BBAI obviously is going to be doing better because of the stock AI. This is the lagger rather than AI being the leader in the AI sector. So when you see this, guys, keep that in mind. Classic Psychic, what's going on? Good to see you, and I'm sorry I'm so late to bring up what you have to say. Watch for the pullback on TRKA from profit takers as market opens, can jump in when it does. You're absolutely right. Classic Physique. Is it Physique or Psychic? Pretty sure that's Physique, but we had a Psychic in here last week, so that's why I got confused. Classic Physique. Classic Physique. He says, watch for the pullback on TRKA from profit taking. And I couldn't really agree with you more, TRKA. Always be careful. When we have a big gap up, say anybody got in here in this area, or as some of the viewers we brought up, this 50-cent area was a very good risk. And I know a lot of you guys were piling in the morning on that risk. So if you held on overnight and you got a little worried, you might wake up to some big bucks here. And when you wake up to those big bucks at being up an extra 9 cents, you're absolutely right, Classic. I could definitely see some profit taking here. So please be careful, guys. Know what your risk is. And if you're up and you're up a sizable amount, why not take a little piece out? 12 years old said, pulling back close to the open, maybe see a rug on TRKA. Hey, you never know. You never know with these things. But do keep in mind, guys, that TRKA still has a float short percent of 36.28. So, yes, this thing could fail, but if it starts to squeeze, goodness gracious, watch out, because this thing could be something nutso. So, keep that in mind, guys. Be very, very careful with that. All right. I'm just getting the rest of this taken care of, making sure everybody is good to go watching the show. So, I love it if you love it. me move this over here. Maybe make it smaller so it's not in my face. Get out of my face. All right, guys, so we got 17 in here. Let me go through my spiel really quick because we only got 10 more minutes before the market opens. So I might have to stay focused here. Let me go through the earnings watch list. So we have an earnings gap up here, and I just want to make sure I get through this. So that's nothing. That's nothing. I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of these because these are stock splits. We don't care about stock splits here. They don't mean much of anything. HCDI, yeah, stock split. TCRR, so that doesn't look like it's holding its gains, but it's up 33%. TCRR, so 33% trading at $1.60. Not that interesting as to where Kala, on the other hand, is now trading well above that area. KALA, guys, take a look at KALA. Sitting at $21 now. Now, keep in mind, we do have a big pile of resistance back here. Big pile of resistance back here. It looks like, oh wow, this is traded even higher. That's nice. So we know we got a pile of resistance here and here at 35. Oh wow, this thing, this thing's looking great, guys. Put Kala on your watch list, but be very, very careful. And so why do I say be very careful? Well, I have seen the way Kala runs. It likes to run fast, and it only is a 1.4 million float. Look at that, guys, 1.4 million. That is a rip your face off. Don't leave any bone or nostril with it. This thing is going to take your socks too. Be very careful. So with KALA doing a crazy ramp up, we might see this thing pull back and want to retest this 16. Now, I don't really know, these aren't buy or sell recommendations, but when I see a move like this, it gets me excited, and I want it on my watch list. So quick cigarette break before open. Let's get this bread. 12 years old and fat. Not only are you 12 years old and you're fat, but you're also smoking cigarettes? Let me just be the first to tell you that cigarettes are bad for your health. And if you're 12 years old, it's going to stunt everything about you. It's going to completely ruin the inside of your throat. You're not going to be able to, well, I could go on and on. Quit smoking, 12 years old and fat. I will, every day, I'm going to ask you if you quit. Every single day, man. I'll be very honest with you guys. I used to smoke cigarettes. I did. I used to smoke cigarettes. This might be the first time my Granny Ranny is hearing this, but I used to smoke cigarettes, guys. I've been clean for a long time now. But yeah, I used to love cigarettes. But it's one of the biggest things that I've given up, that I've busted my butt on, and I've been years and years now. I can't even tell you how long it's been. So congratulations to me, but 12 years old and fat. I hope you enjoy that. I hope you enjoy it, because I still, to this day, I still fiend for nicotine. And it's a horrible thing, and that's why I hope nobody gets into nicotine, because it is so hard to quit. So 12 years old and fat, good. I hope you enjoy it, but you need to stop it. So what's your feedback on OBSV? Can we hold? Let's take a look at OBSV. It's been a while since we looked at OBSV. Did I not? I did put it on the, here, I'll bring it. Oh no, it's because it's on relative volatility. So yes, Amiri, we did actually go back. Let's see. We drew this line out here for you at that 17 cents, right? And I know you're holding out at 24 cents roughly. And so this thing here, it's bounced off this area. Now it's right back into its VWAP from yesterday. It's basically it's in the middle of this area. So can it hold? That is a great question. Right here, I'm kind of blind right here, Amiri, simply because we're in between these two areas. So I would say, you know, this 17 cents, yes, it is holding, but is this 24? Is it going to be able to break through this 24, 25 cent area? I'm not 100% sure on that, but I would say if you were down a lot from the area that you were in, this pop up, you might want to take, you might want to cut back, mitigate some of your risk while we're up here. But these aren't buy or sell recommendations. It's just kind of thoughts that I'm laying out there. A lot of times it's just my heavy chin. I open and close it, and it just says a lot of things for me. So that's that. Be careful, Amiri, but I am rooting for you. You better believe it. 12-year-old. I've been smoking since I was actually 12, 26 now. Wow. I think it's time to quit soon. Came for stock advice and got wholesome life advice. That's what this is all about, guys. This is a family-friendly, and I spit facts here, guys. If you don't like the facts, it's probably because you have an ego issue, because I'm not bringing anything political, or I'm not bringing anything to the table that you should be getting angry about. So if I'm spitting life facts and you get angry for it, maybe there's a change in your life you need to make. Not saying, sir, that you are grumpy about it. I absolutely love you, 12-year-old and fat, and thank you for being here. Guys, we got 4 minutes left. Oh, great. Okay, Granny Randy says, I want to say hi to Stu Klott. Where are you at? Stu has not made it in this morning. Goodness gracious. Stu, where the heck are you? Granny Randy misses you. OBSV, push it up now to 21 cents. But guys, listen, we have 4 minutes till market open, so I need to get through this. Please bear with me while I stay focused. ASUL to be down, but looking okay. Popped up to 515. I'm just going to talk out loud. If it doesn't mean anything to you, that's A-okay. It means a lot to me. ALBT trading at 263. We only have 3 minutes, 30 seconds, and I am not extremely prepared. I'm having too much fun with chat. This is too many letters in this. VTV. T is only at 11%. It looks like it's already given back most of its gains. DBVT, no. So I'm not seeing many, nothing good here. Nothing good. 10%, 54.25. Oh, that one might be nice, actually. 54.25. Ah, man, I can't get behind any of this crap. If you guys see an earnings gap up that looks good, let me know, because I'm not seeing any earnings gap up plays that I want to stand behind. So we're going to go ahead and let that go. Let me run through, because we only got 2 minutes, 50 seconds, guys, until market open. And, of course, LGM is wanting to be a silly Gus. I need to see how SPY's looking right now. SPY's still trading in its supply area. XM is just trading in that same area. EMBC, sideways. CLMT. All right, and Roblox. So I need to bring up the SPY, TRKA, just for you guys. Okay, TRKA is ramping back up. It looks like TRKA is wanting to hold that 58 cents, but don't get too excited, guys. There's like a few of us were saying. Let's see. So if Michael can stop, anyone can. Granny Randy, when you say that, it sounds bad. LOL. Beyond the Harbor said, "Let's go" with Z's. That is the incorrect way to spell "let's." Beyond the Harbor, and you should know that because you write books. Only kidding, only messing with you. It's good to see you in here. It's always good to see my mentors in here. 12-year-olds and fats. Let's get some patches soon. Chest is bad recently. Yeah, man. Mikey's in here too. Good morning, good morning. UNCY for me. Let's take a peeky gander at UNCY, and then guess what? We're gonna put that on our watch list. So UNCY. That's not even on my gap up scanner. I wonder why that's not on my gap up scanner. But UNCY is now pushing up to $1.4, and it's coming off of a base of 49 cents. So what a push. Let's see, 1.49. We got some resistance in that area. So guys, we got 1 minute till market open. Good luck to each and every one of you. I hope you were here for pre-market prep so you understand what is going on in the overall market. We got the SPY up here on the right-hand side. We do have it on the hourly. We're going to go ahead and bust this down to the 5 minutes so we have a better understanding of what's going on. And we have TRK on the left-hand side. Now, we are going to keep an eye on my stock tickers, but I still feel a little unprepared right now, and I cannot lie about that because I still didn't get to go through all of the tickers that I wanted to go through, so I might have to do that at some point in time this morning. SMCI still trading at that 10-day moving average. FSLR, we got 30 seconds, guys. Oh, First Solar. You guys know I hate looking at that stupid First Solar stock. Goodness, great. It was meant for encouragement. Well, that's how I took it, Granny Randy. I'm only giving you crap. Of course it's encouraging. If you said it, my guardian angel said it, I'm going to take it, and I'm going to believe it, and I'm going to internalize it as a positive thing. So, I feel like, for some reason, that stinking meta, if I see weakness on this meta, I want to short it down to that 180 area. And I don't know why I keep keeping an eye on it, so I think I'm going to do Roblox. All right, here we go. And it's time. down for the market open, baby. Here we go, right off the rip. NVIDIA, it looks like it wants to head higher, breaking those highs. Now I'm going to say it weird every single time. NVIDIA hitting those highs, looking like it's testing those highs, but as the SPY is rejecting. So ALGM, Riot, I got everything going off like crazy. Let's see what we got going on here. I'm going to have to bring up my phone. We got so many alerts all at once, guys. NVIDIA's ripping higher. NVIDIA, and the SPY is finding some resistance right now. It doesn't know what it wants to do right now, guys. We're going to keep an eye on things, but NVIDIA, yeah, broke those highs, doesn't want to head higher. Is this something that we want to get behind? Let me move out on the hourly and take a peeky gander. So it looks like, yeah, NVIDIA is on a little breakout here. Do we want to take this breakout? Do we want to take this breakout? That's an interesting one. Where would my risk be on this breakout? I could play the 5-minute range and use the 5-minute as my stop out here, and we could see when that pops in, if it wants to pop off, as everything else is starting to fail. We got Roblox pushing up to those highs. I could use those highs as a short, and then break out and see what happens there. But you know, I want to give this plenty of time in the morning so we can get an overall idea of what's going on. So nothing too crazy for me, guys. I'm not going to get just hopping into anything. I think what we'll do is we'll manage my positions first thing. And look at that, we have just so many alerts. So JSPR, I feel like I got a little bit too much going on right now. So this is what's considered a breakout trade right here, guys. Now I'm not telling you to buy it or sell it. I'm obviously not going to get into this thing because I've failed too many breakouts, and I just feel like each time this thing pops, it just wants to sell off and keep trading sideways. Now, you know, I do hope for everyone else that this thing takes off even higher, and I'm actually going to give it one more alert just to see, so I can go on to looking at other things. Take a look at SPY here, guys. What do you guys got going on? Oh my gosh, Alex, you got way too many tickers in there for me, dude. Way too many. But the second I get bored, I'll be going through all of them. You better believe it. KO, Coca-Cola. Those are all huge cap stocks, man. Huge cap stocks. Listen, if you are in the Robinhood stock market watch list, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for watching. I am on YouTube. In case this thing bugs out, you can come on over to YouTube, hit that subscribe button so you never miss a single show. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, guys. So thank you so much for being here. We are going to have an awesome show today where the SPY is trying to push into that supply at 405.17 right now. Let's bring up TRKA on the right-hand side. Goodness gracious, TRKA ramping back up to those highs, but looking like we're finding some sell-off. Be careful at these highs. TRKA now trading at 62.14, and its highs were traded at 63.96. It looks like still trying to push higher while the overall market is looking strengthly. Come on, guys. What can we do here? Everything is looking golden, golden, golden. When are we going to see that frosty fire fail to the south side? Who knows? Maybe the market does go straight up, and I've been told wrong my whole life. We shall see. Born in a bear market, you know I'm the bull, or in this case, the bull with bear claws, right? Right, New Vision? The bull with bear claws or the bear with bull horns. You got to find your way in this market, and I like to trade on both sides. So I'm the bull with bear claws in this situation. So let's go market. You know you'll love to see it. If you got a 401k, a Roth IRA, a retirement, anything like that, guys, you're making money when the market goes up. And TRKA now at 63 cents. I guess that sell-off in the morning was not enough to bring TRKA down. So let's keep on keeping on. You know, First Solar is trading at 213.38. Goodness gracious. I need to run through the indexes here just to make sure everything is a-okay. Well, the SPY trades at 405.58. The IWM actually weaker, which is not something you see very often. Netflix, look at that. I guess I should have taken that trade, ladies and gentlemen, off that base, just as I called it, 314.77. I don't like playing market open, but that was a beautiful push on Netflix, now trading at 318.89. It reached a high right off the get at that 320.50, looking great for Netflix. Good job, Netflix. Let's take a look at Microsoft. Also, another amazing push. It looks like this market can't be held back with the overall indices trading higher. Amazon 95.31. Things are looking great. And Meta here, good thing I got out of that short because the overall market is smashing to the upside. Meta reached a high of 189.64. Goodness gracious, what we are 35 minutes into the market. NVDA. I want to go back to NVDA because we had this top, this breakout, then it broke back down. So now we have a range on NVIDIA at a base of 237.12 and a top of 240. Now, if this thing can get back up to that 240 today, which I'm not guaranteeing, I don't really expect it to. I've expected a pullback in the market today. But if it wants to get back up there, I'm not going to deny NVIDIA wanting to head higher. Now, speaking of that same thing, since we have our alert there and we can take it, I also want to know when good old Uncle Tesla is reaching those highs as well. Now, spilling coffee ever so beautifully on my keyboard. That's a-okay. That's why we come prepared, ladies and gentlemen. We are prepared for almost anything except for a tornado. If a tornado's here, I might have to duck or find a little something to protect my face while the wind debris starts blowing all the glass at me. But we're going to make it through. As long as we have internet, as long as we have power, I'm going to be here trading and trying to make some money, baby. So that's a-okay. I'm gonna and we're not gonna let this coffee go to waste. I'm gonna squeeze this right back out into my coffee cup so we can continue drinking it. That's how we save money here, right? I'm just gonna squeeze it right back. All right, Tesla now down to 196.41, while Meta is trading at 188.19. So we're gonna see what happens here, guys. But I do believe we're gonna get a nice little pullback. And personally, I think the overall market needs it. I don't think we should head straight up, guys. If we straight up, we're going to come straight back down. You don't want to crash. You just want a nice, cute little pullback, right? You want a cute little pullback, a cute little sideways action, and then a hefty bull charging like a China store, just tearing everything up to the north side. That's what we like to see. So if you like it, you love it. If you want some more of it, hit that subscribe button. That's the only thing I'm going to ask of you. New Vision says Netflix. Just went over Netflix. I think you're calling it out on my hand, brother, and I do appreciate that. As Meta is starting to break down at 188.05. Same for Tesla. Breaking down here, looking pretty interesting. Now, nothing really can come of this. You can't really choose the direction. It's way too early for that. But if we bring up SPY on the left-hand side and we look, we take a little peeky gander at it, we can tell it's in its supply area. So we are expecting a sell-off. How far is that sell-off? Nobody knows. Or is it going to sell off at all? It depends on how the market wants to react. Now, with all the news and everything coming up this week, I think there's going to be a lot of investors that are going to be a little bit shaky with that, wanting to get in and hold this whole week. So I'm very interested to see what actually happens here. And I'm also very interested to see if Meta wants to hold out in this area. So definitely gonna have some time to react. So ASUR, guys, if you look at this, ASUR, we brought this up a few other times. This 5-minute gap up, this 5-minute range, we could have played this. We did not end up playing this, but now it's trading at 14.31, about $1 above where we wanted to get in and $2 above our stop loss. So right now, if we were in this trade, we would be up 1R. That's a 1 risk to reward ratio. Right here is our risk. Right here would be your first profit take because we'd have been in this trade 1, 2, and 3 days. Right in this 14.50 area, you would have taken out half of your shares, bringing your stop up to this green line where you bought it in. So that way, 2 things would happen. 1, you already made money on the trade. 2, you're going to stop out for break even. Or 3, you're not going to get out until it closes below this 10-day moving average, which could indefinitely make you a lot more money. I like to go for those big-ins, and not everybody does. Some people are scalp traders, some are swing traders, and some are long-term investors. Either way, we do that all here, guys. And there's Stu Klott. Granny Randy, you asked and you shall receive. Stu Klott is in the building. Good morning, Stu Klott. Stu Klott, you are awesome. Thank you so much. I got really excited after stream on Friday. I had to give my boy Stu a call. Stu is always there for me, and if he's not, he always calls right back because he knows how passionate I am in the market, and he knows that my wife needs needs a break from time to time. So good morning, Stu Clot, and you're absolutely welcome, B. Stewie, not to be confused with Stu Clot and B. Stewie. This is for me, not for you, so. Oh yeah, practice that one off stream, just I didn't mess it up. Bada bing, bada boom, you gotta have your coffee, huh? So Meta breaking down. Now, I know, I don't want to, I don't want to get in anything too crazy, so what we're going to do is we're only going to take 2 here. All right. We're only taking 2 for the short. We'll bring Meta down here on my watch list. And I got to move this over here. All right. So I'm in Meta short. I don't know if this is probably the worst time or the best time to get in, but we will see as the overall market is still in its supply area. And as it's in its supply area, Meta decides to break down a little bit here. Now, I don't know if this was the best trade. I kind of supposed to wait a minute and a half before I took it, and I already messed up. So we are going to see what this wants to bring. But I've been talking about this 185 area for a long time. I know this is a very, very strong area. It pushed up through it. Now we're starting to see some sell-off, and I'm expecting the SPY to have a pullback. So I'm getting into Meta for those reasons, because if I'm expecting an overall pullback in the market, then I can expect an overall pullback in Meta, because everything across the board is looking like it is needing for a pullback. So we will see if we get that. I could be wildly wrong, guys, and I only took 2 shares of this thing because I'm waiting for it to break down, pop back up so I can add into it some more. But you know, it is what it is. We always do small share size unless I see something really juicy, then I will take a nice trade. Earnings gap up, I always risk $20 on the earnings gap up so we can see an ever loving more money to the higher side. Now Netflix finally giving us that little bit of a pullback, and Microsoft still pushing higher. Well, Amazon is at 95.33. Meta breaking down, but not as fast as I obviously wanted to. And Nvidia trading in that range that we drew out for you. We're going to see what Nvidia wants to do. So I feel like I need to scroll back up to read, and I know he's probably not in here. He only came into NVIDIA. All right, I'm gonna remember NVIDIA. Just say N first, and you'll have it right, Michael. It'll be A-okay. So SPY still looking strong, trading at those highs. We better go back to Meta and make sure we don't want to be in something that's moving all strangely with the rest of the market. And as the market pushes higher, Meta still starts to slowly tick lower. So I think I can trust this trade here, but we will see how the overall market wants to shape up. It's a little too early to be taking trades this early in the morning. I like to see what actually comes of a lot of these stocks and a lot of this stuff. So I know we had a lot of alerts go off first thing this morning. So what I want to do is I want to go through those alerts really quick. Let's see. I don't know why this is playing right now. Let me go ahead and do that. All right, so we got DUOL. I need to go through these. We need to go through these, guys. Let's go through these. So we got JSPR. We went through that one. DUOL. So let's go through DUOL. This is Duolingo. And why do I want to look at Duolingo? So Duolingo is breaking this area, breaking the highs. So we want to see this thing hold out. So it's going to be a little while on Duolingo because it's still trading well above that 10, 21, and 30-day moving average. So this thing I'm going to put on my longer-term investment watch. DUOL. It's already on there. Let's see how DraftKings is doing. Okay, looking good. CLMT did have that pullback. SOFI. And Laser. So Laser's selling off today, guys. Laser's down to $9.77, breaking that support of $9.78. It's actually right on that support now, so we'll see what happens with that. Let's take a look. We got Riot. Oh yeah, ALGM, Nvidia, Riot. Yeah, I want to keep an eye on Riot too because of that big pullback in Bitcoin really scared a lot of people out. And if we look at Bitcoin right now, we can see that it's just trading sideways. Let me zoom out even further to the 4-hour. Yeah, so here's the 4-hour, guys, and you can see we had a big dip here, and it got bought right back up, then dipped back down, and then we're just trading sideways in this area. If we zoom in on the the daily here, you can see that it's still holding this uptrend, and now it's curling sideways. This thing might want to take off from here, you know, or this thing might continue to break down. But from the overall breadth of the market, things are looking good for Bitcoin. Things are looking pretty good. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that. 12 Years of Fat said, used all of my allotted funds for today. Couldn't help myself. Average per share is 50 cents on TRKA. I do believe that's what you're talking about. So we'll bring up TRKA over here. And TRKA is sitting at 59 cents right now. It looked like we had a quick breakdown to that 56 cent area. One thing I do want to bring up is Amir's, where is it? OBSV. Yeah, so look at that. Just as we had it marked out for you, Amiri, you know, it bounced off these 17 and then it came right back up into that 23 cent area and bounced off of that. And that's why we brought up maybe, you know, exiting some of your position to help reduce your risk. And that's always a positive thing. If you can reduce that risk, that's always a positive thing. So I hope you did what you needed to do, so that way it's done, right? Guys, my name is Dave. I'm with LoFiTrader. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, bringing you the pre-market prep that you need to analyze and get your trades ready. If any of this is at all entertaining to you, please hit that like, hit that subscribe button. And guys, we need to get another poll going on here. What should we have a poll about? Let's say, let's do a poll on, does the SPY, no, let's do TRKA, will it end green or red, question mark. And then I'll put yes or no at the bottom. Only kidding. You guys were here for the first one, you knew exactly why. All right, polls up, guys. Go ahead and take a vote on that. We're going to wait until we get at least 25 votes on the poll. Will TRKA end green or red today? Green or red on TRKA. So I'm going to go ahead and vote on the poll, and I'm not going to tell you what I'm voting, but I'm going to guess, and hopefully you guys can all get in here, pile in here. We want to get at least 25 votes before the sentiment is what I would consider true, okay? And I don't think any of this is necessarily true, right? Because we're a very, very small group right now, but we're growing very, very quick, as you guys can tell. And the sentiment that we pull in here might not be the sentiment of the overall. You know, we're just the small sentiment, but it's always nice to know whether the sentiment in here is 90% of the time good or 90% of the time bad, because then we can trade off of that, right, guys? So it's always good to have some sentiment. So go ahead and vote on the poll now. OBSV traded at 19 cents with TRKA as at 0.58. I do want to go back and look at UNCY. That is the trade that Mikey was keeping his eyes on. What are you looking at beyond the harbor? What are you looking at, man? Are you looking at anything fancy or fun? I want to run through the indices. Now look at SPY's breaking down now. Finally, in that supply area, we're starting to see some sell-off. It's trading at 405.20, and IWM also breaking down. Well, Netflix is doing the same thing at $3.0320. Microsoft too breaking down, sitting on that VWAP at 257.14. Let's take a look at Amazon, breaking down in a big way now at 94.77 off of its $96 highs. And Meta, good thing I took that trade, and did I not take enough? You know, hey, well, that happens, guys. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to buy back my 2 shares right here. Market order because, because I have the daytime. Okay, thank you. So I'm just going to sell this out here. We're going to make, I'm going to buy it back here, right, because I'm selling the market. So I made a quick $2.50 there, guys. That's really no big deal. I'm just getting my feet wet. I'm trying to see where things are right now. You know, I could have taken 100 shares in that, but if it would have went against me, I would have been very, very angry with myself. So I take small share size, get your feet wet, make sure the water's warm before you start doing something else. So we made a quick $2.50 on that trade, and let's go through my trades and see how they are doing with the overall market pulling back. We have a pullback in XM as well. So we're still up a nice 27.42 since we opened this trade up. I almost want to take out half because I would not feel good if this thing comes all the way back down to here. It's going to make me feel sick, but that is not the overall trade, right, guys? That is not the overall trade. That is not how I want to play this. Matter of fact, I'm not even going to say it. We're going to keep on keeping on, guys. Let's see what's going on with the rest of my shares. So we're going to get out of this because we know with the overall market going up higher and this going lower on Friday, I'm going to take this small loss. I lost another $2.33 on this today. I think overall this was like a $20 to $25 loss, but either way, we're going to take small losses here and we're going to make big wins, and you'll see that hopefully here today. So let's take a look at Tesla because my boy New Vision's in here. Oh no, that's Rabia. Rabia is talking about Tesla at 195.85, contemplating on an entry, she says. Let's take a peeky gander. So yeah, we know that this 191 area here is support. We also know that we are in, this whole area really is support. So playing in this area, yeah, I mean, you could get in and I could see it making some money, but with the overall market and everything else around me showing that we are up and we need a pullback, I don't know, I really don't know what kind of move we're expecting to get today. So when it comes to taking a trade on Tesla, I'm going to have to wait to find an area, like a breakthrough on that 200 to risk that 200, or, I'm going to need to see more for me to take a trade. But Rabia, it does look like it's slowing up here. It does look like we're starting to see some wicks on the 5-minute, which I don't give too much justified. But yeah, we definitely need to keep an eye on Tesla though, because if the market wants to shape up, it's going to take everything up higher with it. And if that's the only pullback that we see in the market, things might get real spicy to the north side. And as we speak, Apple trading at 153.91, looking all right. As the Qs are just trading sideways this morning at 301.09, still above that 300 psychological area, looking very, very good. So I need to make sure I've gotten through all of my trades. We are out of meta. And look at that, I got out of meta just at the right time. It's almost like we know our levels, guys. It's almost like we know our levels and we know how to trade it. So MNDY, goodness gracious, we had a quick sell-off on MNDY. The good thing is I know where I want out of this trade, and that's after it breaks down this 10-day moving average. So we've seen some confluency on this and a big pullback when the market did. So we're going to see if this thing wants to hold up. If it doesn't want to hold up here with the overall market starting to push higher, then I'm going to have to cut this trade as well. So let's take a look at, see, ALGM, we're not in it, but it is basing on that. Thing is, goodness gracious. We had this push up through it higher, and now it's pulling back. We need to see this thing. We're really starting to buy up its shares in this area for me to play this cup and handle, because it's extended from that 10-day moving average a little bit. So I might want to give this a couple more days, but those couple more days, that's all it takes. That's all it takes, and this thing will just bit up higher, XM trading at 1754. Let's see how our friend TRKA is doing. TRKA is trading at 0.588. You are right, I wanted to wait until 180, but I don't know if it will get there. Yeah, so Rabia, this is one of those things, and that's why I'm glad you're here, because we can really mull this over, really work with this. So if we look at my lines in the sand, we know we got support at 192. We know we got resistance at 200. You can see it, right? Let's zoom out on the hourly to get an even better indication. If we really zoom out here, you can see where you want to take the trade is pretty center from where the supply is. Now, if you look at all the areas that it pushed up, it is this area, this 196-ish area. It is where it pushed up the last time. So there is a lot of support right here where you're wanting to buy at this 196. So I could totally get why you'd want to get in here. But again, for me, it's still kind of in the middle. It's still kind of in the middle. This thing could still wick down here. It still could wick way down. And depending on your position sizing and where your stop loss is, this might scare you out. This might scare you out quick. So please be careful. If you guys are looking at Tesla, personally, I like the 200 area. If it breaks above that 200 area, give me a good pullback. Show me you can hold, and then show me when you're getting ready to push, you test that 200 a few more times and then break on through, just like here. This is where I was very confident with this trade. We came up to that 200, we tested. We got new lower highs on this, and then after it created this accumulation trending higher, it broke through and we held on to it till this 215 area. So yeah, Rabi, I'm glad we got to mull over that. I'm glad we got to see this on multiple time frames, and I think we're thinking kind of in the same route with Tesla. We kind of want to wait, kind of want to see what this thing is going to do, and waiting is sometimes the best thing you can do for your trading account, because if you ever just hop into a trade, you don't know what's going on, that can be one of the biggest mistakes for your trading game. So I'm going to bring up SPY over here on the left-hand side because Meta's getting back up into that area that I was going to look for a short. So SPY is pushing back up into this area, breaking the pre-market highs, and now I'm going to take a bigger short right here on Meta. So I want to short Meta. So now I have 10 shares of Meta. This is a bigger trade for me now, guys. So what am I looking for? I'm looking for a nice little flush. I'll probably at least take out 10 when we get back down to this area, because if it's going to be buying up in this area, I don't want to have anything to do with it. Now, if it breaks up any higher than this and it's not doing what I expected it to, well, then I'm going to get out of this very quickly for a small loss. All right. So I'm going to keep this up here. We're going to keep an eye on it, because I don't know. And, you know, the market will surprise you. It will surprise you very, very fast. The second you think, man, this thing can't go any higher, it will tear you up. It'll say, yes, oh, yes, we can. We can go a lot higher. So we're going to keep an eye on it. We're going to see what it wants to do. We are seeing some wicking on this 5-minute. As you guys like to know, I like to zoom out here on the 15 to get a better idea. Now, this is what I don't like to see if I am shorting. We see this big wick on the 15, and we see a big wick on the top, too. So we're having a big fight right here. It's not really decided. We're having a big fight right here, and we're going to see what the overall market wants to do in this area. So if we have the SPY on the left-hand side, I want to keep going over I want to go over the indices on the left-hand side. So we have the SPY sitting at those peaks while IWM pulls back down. Netflix still pushing higher at that 321.72 area, looking really, really good. Microsoft also looking really, really good at 257.53, still pushing overall higher, as Amazon, the pooper scooper it is at $95. It doesn't want to hold any of those gains that it gave first thing this morning. It just wants to linger around like a fart under the covers at that 95 area. Meta now at 187.01, breaking down from those highs that it put in around 190. We're going to see what this thing wants to do with a lot of soaking on this 15 wick. I know it's still early. We're only about 30 minutes into our trading day, but usually by that time, we get an overall understanding of what's happening. And on these 15-minute wicks, guys, it's just real wicky. So I'm gonna get out of there, because I rather see less wicks at this point, because I'm shorting the trade. What a great day, guys. What a great day in the market. If I'm not looking at something you want to see, you need to let me know in chat. It's that simple. You let me know in chat. I'm your commentary. I am your voice. Let me know where your stop loss is, what your average is if you're in a trade, and I will root for you in that way as well, guys. We try to bleed positivity here because there could be a lot of negativity in the market, especially when you're just starting to learn how to do these things, guys. So if you want it, if you like it, if you want some more, hit that like, hit that subscribe. I'm only going to ask 3 things of you guys. Be here for pre-market prep. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. You're not going to hear me begging for money, asking for chump change. I don't need that crap. All I want is your love and support. So thank you. Thank you for being here. Guys, NVIDIA looks like it's breaking down, trading at those lows, 237.72. Now, I am on the hourly, but with the overall market needing a pullback, in my personal opinion, NVIDIA is still trading sideways, as well as the rest of the indices, as it looks like. So I just want to go back on the 15 minutes, see if we got rid of any of that wick. No, we're trading right in that wick. What is going to happen? Will I see this break down to my 180 buy-in area, right back down to that supply, that 180 area, or are we going to push on higher with Meta, with the overall market trading sideways? What are we going to see? Tesla breaking down now, that 195.96. I think Rabia is probably looking at that and not regretting her decision to kind of just wait a little bit to see what Tesla is going to bring. So that is awesome. I'm glad that we are waiting to see as those wicks on Meta are getting bigger and bigger, making me want to start reducing my share size already, guys. So I'm going to keep on waiting though. We're going to wait. I think I'll probably just take it all out at once when I do. Apple looking kind of weak at this 154 area. Gave us a push to that 155, but now just trading sideways on its VWAP. We're going to see what it wants to do. It's still pretty early, but look at, I get to be fanboy for Google. Google is holding the overall market up, trading at $94.08. $94.80, guys. This is really, really good sign for Google, because if Google can push up into this new area of liquidity and it can just find its home and trade here for a little bit, let's say it trades sideways for a couple days, anything is better than being in that $90 area for Google. So if Google's looking good, the overall market is looking pretty good. So let me just bring up, snap for my boy B Stewie. Oh my goodness, Stewie, why are you just telling me about this now? Only teasing. So it looks like Snap is getting right back up above for its first time in a very, very long time. Ladies and gentlemen, all eyes are on Snap right now. Goodness gracious, B Stewie, thank you so much. And this is why we're growing a group of like-minded investors, simply because I can't watch everything, guys. I really can't. My alerts do a great job, but when we get things like Snap happening right now in front of our eyes, guys, look at this beautiful trade. Thank you, B Stewie. I'm telling you, B Stewie, you're kicking butt, man. You're a huge part of the show. Thank you so much. So above the 200-day moving average, Snap just hit. Now, on this very huge breakaway, Snap bringing right back up into its peachy little highs up here in this $12 area. Now, look at this. I already had this drawn out. Look at this red area, this $12 psychological and resistance area, because it was very highly traded. Now, is Snap going to break right through this? I highly doubt it. We're going to see some kind of hiccup, some kind of stutter, some kind of step here that might change its direction. But if Snap proves us wrong and wants to break up even higher, maybe it'll pull back in this $12 area and retest this 1150 area to see if it wants to head on higher. So let me zoom out on the hourly so we can condense some of this information. And now here's a way easier way to see this, guys. Now, if you guys remember, I actually played Snap off of earnings. It was the first time I bought a dip on earnings, and you've seen it. It broke down really quick. It snapped down, if you will, and we snapped that price right up in this green area at $10, and we rolled this up and we got out first thing in the morning because I just felt as if it coming right back up to its highs, we were going to see a sell-off, and sure enough, it did. Now, it broke up higher, and then it broke down ever since, catching that same area. When it caught that same area, it traded sideways, and it broke on higher. Now we're trading right back in that area of $12. So what am I expecting? Well, I'm expecting this thing to break down from that $12 area or break through and then break down to that $12 area so we can trade sideways. Are you guys getting used to what I'm saying? We're gonna need some sideways action for this thing to push higher, because this, off this low, does it wanna push higher? I mean, it could, but with the volume like that, you're gonna wanna see Snap digesting some of the information that it has before it can head higher. So we are gonna see. Thank you so much for bringing that up, B Stewie. I'm actually gonna go ahead and put Snap right here on our watch list. So looks like it's already on there somewhere, but there's so many on this. So I need to look at my trades, guys. This is so we need to get rid of this, obviously oversized into that. We're gonna take a small $16 loss on that trade. Let's take a look at Meta. It's breaking down. We're up $2 on this. Maybe this down to 180 we'll see through. We will absolutely need some more time for that though. Let's see here. SPY still finding some love. It's trading at 405.68 right now in SPY. 405.60 right now in SPY, looking really, really good, guys. So Heiser's here. Good to see you, Heiser. Glad you're here. I know that you're watching GNS. So GNS is trading at $4.60 right now, looking really, really good. it looks like its next bout of liquidity is in that $5 area. Now, it might have a little hiccup here because it does have a little bit of volatility in this area, but its real test is going to be that $5 area. So it is heading higher. We'll see how high can this thing go. And let's see, what is the other one that you were keeping an eye on, Heiser? I know I have it. I just got to find it. Let's see here. CDIO is breaking down, and CORQXZYLMNOP I think is the other one you were looking at. I can't remember the name of it, but that's A-OK. We got 1,000 tickers going on. CDIO is breaking down. Meta looks like it's still trying to siggity soak up that area. Let's bring up SPY. Yeah, SPY, I mean, it's just holding. It's just holding this area. It's so stinking strong. It's crazy to me. But hey, you know, that's what you want to see, guys. You want to see it holding these areas. I still don't believe in it, though. I really don't. I still don't believe in this push. There's a lot of wicking going on this 5 minute. But, you know, I just don't know. I don't know. We're going to have to wait and find out. JSPR is now making that break. JSPR, let's take a peeky gander. So it looks like my alert's a little slow because it broke up even higher. We talked about this in pre-market, guys. We've seen this nice little gap. Okay, and so we're gonna see if it wants to hold out here, gain some volume here, and head on higher. Okay, so this might actually be a decent trade if it wants to hold out here and head on higher, because JSPR has been trading sideways for weeks now, guys. Maybe almost 3 weeks now, maybe even 4. Yeah, back here, well, it's been a lot longer than that, actually. So since January 3rd, it's been trading sideways after it gave a huge push. This thing trades at 8.6%. This morning when I looked, it was at 9.2%. So 8.6% on this. And it looks like Meta still wicking off on these bottoms. I'm just going to go ahead and take a hit, and we're going to go ahead and get out of this in a little bit. Let's take a look at SPY. Yes, you really can't argue with it. There's lots of wicking off that bottom, but I'm still not ready. I'm still not ready to exit. I'm still a believer that things are going to have a pullback. I've been wrong time and time again, guys, so make sure that these aren't buy or sell recommendations. These are just inclinations that I'm having. So I'm going to go ahead and get out of SPY now after that little pushy push. And I'm thinking the next time I take... Oh, I just got in. I do that every time. All right, we need to buy the market. Buy market, yes. That way we can get out of this trade, yes. Okay, small loss on Meta, that's A-OK. We're gonna come back and take a peeky gander at it. I think from now on, or maybe the rest of the day, we stay away from Meta. So, not getting a good reading on Meta, guys. Getting a good reading on the SPY, but not getting a good reading on Meta. Just trading sideways. It keeps wicking off that base there. Things are looking strong. Goodness gracious, guys. Goodness gracious. You gotta love it. If you got a 401k, a Roth IRA, or any kind of investing, this is what you want to see. You want to see these things move higher. Let's look at AI on the right-hand side now, and it looks like AI is pushing right up into that 28.86 area. I don't even know. I don't know if Thinkorswim is going to let me short this, but let me just give it a shot. We'll join the ask and see if we can short AI in this area. I'm only going to be holding on this to a very, very small time because this thing could easily break off higher. Did it get me into the trade? I don't think it did. No, it won't let me because it's too small. It's too skeptical of a stock. Thinkorswim won't allow you to actually trade certain things like that. And look at that. Just as I see Meta wicking off, playing off those bottoms, good thing I got out of that Meta trade because now it is wanting to head higher. And when I say that, I want to look at one of the stronger stocks, and that's NVIDIA. It looks like it keeps wicking off of this base that we made here. So will NVIDIA be a good trade on this break, this 5-minute range break, using this as a base? We will see. Or maybe this is its last blow off for SPY. Who knows? Only time is going to tell. At these highs, it's hard to understand where we are going to see that sell-off, and we might not see it at all. I could be extremely wrong about all of this. So AI is near its highs, and AI, Heiser says, looks like a Bear Friday. So Bear Friday's high. So we will see what happens with AI, but overall it's looking pretty dang good, isn't it? So SPY, Dow trading at 406 30 free. Goodness gracious, it just keeps on climbing. Let's take a look at my trade. So XM still trading sideways. We are at 31.32 for the overall trade for that win. EMBC, look guys, we got out of EMBC because the overall market was still looking so strong when EMBC was pulling back. We got half out yesterday, and this morning I said if we don't see anything from EMBC, I'm getting out of this trade, and here is why. This is why we have stop loss, guys, because I wouldn't be down 14 or 15 bucks. I'd be down 30 or 40 bucks now if I didn't get out while I was there. So CLMT is finally having that pullback on that one share. I'm glad I didn't get more in, but we get any closer to this 10-day moving average, and you will see me load the boat. RBLX now, I talked about wanting to short RBLX, and I still want to short RBLX. Now, RBLX at 41.79. Can I use this peak as my stop loss? I think I do need a little bit more time on this trade to really get a better understanding, but this looks like where I would want to take something like that. You know, we're right at these peaks. It blew through its top and it sold off. So I'm going to go ahead and give this another shot here, guys. We're going to give this another shot. We're going to take 25. We're going to join the ask. We're going to take 25 shares for a short. You guys go, oh my gosh, you're such a bear. You're such a bear. Well, look, I'm shorting crap stocks, things I don't believe in compared to things I do believe in. I want the SPY to go higher, right? But at the same time, you know, it doesn't matter if you believe in it or you don't believe in it. Really, it's what makes you money. So I might get in this thing and I might lose money. If you're losing money, well, what the hell are you doing in the stock? You exit the stock. TRKA is at 59 cents. So GNS, nice rejection. Granny Randy, good morning. And Brian Wong says, looking to get into TRKA. What entry point is a good point? That's a great question. Let's take a look at TRKA. So if you see this red line here, last week we were talking about TRKA, and a lot of the viewers kept bringing up this 50-cent area. And I said, absolutely. If we can see this 50-cent area hold, this might be a good risk, okay? And I always start with risk. So right now, with everything that's going on, let me put it on the 5 minutes so we can get a little bit more information. So why did I say this 50 cent? Well, because back here on Thursday, we broke through that 50 cent, which was a high, which was a top. It broke through and it came back to test it. And it tested it 1, 2, 3 times. So this in the morning on Friday, we did talk about 50 cent being a good risk. So that good risk is great for us, right? It's great for us. We want to be able to have good risk. And then it pushed higher. Now, when you're talking about an entry point, right now, we don't have anything that we really can use except for maybe previous day's high, or I'm sorry, previous day's highs, so like this 56 cent. But what I would say is I would wait. I think the best thing to do on this, Brian, would be to wait. And I simply say that because you don't really have any real levels. Now, if we were just looking at this, I would say, sure, we could get in here knowing our risk is 50 cents. So that way, if it breaks 50 cents, then we're out. But we're not there. We're at 59 cents. We're well above that area. So if we got in here, we can almost expect it to come test this area. So it's too far for me to actually take a trade on, but for you, I hope my analysis give you a little bit better understanding of it. So TRKA, pretty well extended. I've been saying it for a few days now. Even when I said this 50 cent risk, I would want to see this 50 cent risk still trade sideways for many, many days so my 10, 21, and 30-day moving average can catch up. It can squat down and then, boom, take off to the north side for us for TRKA. So that is just my thoughts. That's not yours. Use it how you will, but just remember, that's not buy or sell recommendation, guys. And if I'm bringing you any value or entertainment, Brian Wong, this goes for you too. Hit that subscribe button, guys, because I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. A lot of times I'm missing my trades so I can commentate for you. That doesn't make me mad, though. I'm happy to be here for you, so hit that subscribe, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Let's carry on. So SI is breaking out. SM, good morning, good morning, good morning. SI is breaking out. And you brought this to my attention multiple times, and I haven't really been covering it. And there's a big reason why, guys. I don't play these big flushes here. I have friends that do, but I will say, after this big flush, we've been noticing these V bottoms, right? So it gave back a lot of its V bottom, but you can see we're getting a nice little push up on volume here. So on top of that, if we take a look, we need to be very careful. When you see things like this, you don't want to buy them at these big pushes here at this $6.01 because you can see it's its peak. You want to wait for a pullback. You want to see some consolidation. So be careful with SI, Silvergate Capital Corporation. Silvergate is looking overall like absolute dog crap down here at these bases, but for a day trader, it looks really, really good. And I know SSIM has been making some money off of these. So let me just make sure I'm not in, am I in Meta? No, I got out of Meta. That's right. We got out of Meta. TRKA, look at that push on TRKA, guys, at 0.62 cents, just climbing higher, looking absolutely great. Yeah, New Vision wants me to take a look at Meta, so I'm looking at Meta right now at 187.95. Good thing I got out of that short. That's why when I'm looking at these and I've seen these big wick offersons on the bottom, well, what do I want to do? I want to understand first that these big wicks off on the bottom are showing there's a lot of buyers there buying this up. TRKA now at 62 cents. Goodness gracious, back up at those highs. Be careful up here though, guys, because just as the wicks, as I talked about back there, we're seeing a lot of wicks in this area. We know that there is some supply here because if we just mark the wicks, they just got sold off into that area. Now, how much is there? How much is there? If we go back on the daily and we look in this area, we can see that there is plenty of overhead resistance right in this area, right about there. So it's getting up to it. It's really getting up to that big area, that big sell-off area. So maybe it doesn't even get up to that, guys. Maybe it gets up to this area and just starts to fizzle out. I don't know. There might be too much overhead selling out of this stock, or this thing could go even higher. So I finally got into RBLX. So RBLX is pushing here, and now I'm going to use this top as my stop loss. Okay, that's very, very easy stop loss. I have 25 shares of this, and I'm just going to go ahead and put it down right here. Okay, so now I don't even have to worry about this trade, guys. So this is a Roblox. I'm short selling. If I'm short selling and I want to put my stop loss, then I need to buy it back when it gets up into this area. Okay, so here I go. I set my stop loss. This says Roblox stop 42.04 to close. I hit send, and now my stop loss sits at this top. Okay, we're up $1.20 right now on Roblox with this pullback. And look at TRKA, just as we talked, we're seeing some wicks. We're seeing this pullback. Now, is it going to do exactly as I called it? I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. That thing broke last week, unfortunately. But I will say this. It's doing what we're seeing now. So this might have a sell-off. It might trade sideways. Or, like we've seen a lot of other stocks, it eats through its resistance and it heads on higher. So those are your three game plays for this, and only time's going to tell. So stick with me, guys, and we will see how this thing wants to play out. I really like TRKA as a whole, and I really like a lot of you guys that are in it, so I'm rooting for you. Cheers to you. This is my 5-second break. The hype behind TRKA, Heiser, is just the simple fact that one, our good boy Charlie, who speaks violently about stocks, has looked up TRKA and has brought it to a lot of people's attention. Not only is it a small float around 50 million, but it also has a short interest of 36%. So I'll just go ahead and bring that up to show you on my screen here. Right here is that short interest, guys, of 36.28%. Okay, that is why everybody's got their eyes on this, is because we all know that these short interests can really get going, guys. They really can get going. You got to be really, really careful when it comes to these, because you can really end up getting hurt with these. If you're in, say you're short, and it starts to squeeze, I mean, it can get really, really bad, guys. It can get really, really bad. One thing I just want to show you guys really quick. We have a poll up, okay? I'm going to go ahead and grab my vote. There's 13 votes. We need a total of 25 in order to end this Also, I want you guys to look at this like button. I smashed this like button. I would love for you to smash this like button. And while you're there, go ahead and hit that subscribe button for me, guys, because I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. I'm looking at these stocks and I'm putting you stock charts. I'm giving you commentary, analysis. I'm doing my thing, baby, because I love ya. And I want you to give me a little bit of that love back, because the only thing I ever will ask of you is 3 things. Be here for pre-market prep. Hit that like and hit that subscribe button, because I'm trying to create an awesome group of investors like yourselves, like myself, that we can all think quite alike, and we can share opinions and ideas. We can bounce them off each other. That way we can learn how to make money and extrapolate money in this market. That's what we want to do. That's what we're here for. It's not about the stock going up or down. None of that matters as long as we're making money. TRKA now at 61 cents. Let me catch up on the chat. Brian Wong says, awesome. Thank you, Brian. You're awesome. I appreciate you. I hope you hit that sub button, because we're here every single day. I already went through the spiel. Rabia, I'm selling portion at 617. Awesome job, Rabia. Heiser said, what's the hype behind TRKA? That's what we just went over. Sania Jasia, TRKA, good above 0.68 only. Above this may go to 98 cents. Tesla, weak below 192. Below this may go to 188. Joshi, can I call you Joshi? I like that. Sania Jashi. I like that a lot. Jashi, I do like your analysis. I think I can get behind most of that. So let's take a look at Tesla, though, really quick, guys. So Tesla is now trading at 95.76. Jashi says below 192, this might go to 188. So let's take a look at 192. So here's our 192 area. And isn't that interesting? I already have it marked out. So I think he is looking exactly at what we are, at this 192 area. If it breaks down from this area, our next area of support is, personally, I think around the 175 area. But that psychological 180 area would be a great place to definitely start taking profits or look for a reversal. So I'm right behind you, Joshi. I think we're like-minded. I couldn't agree more with you. I think if Tesla does break down that area, it's going to head lower. Now, we obviously want to see with ourselves and all the Teslonians that are out there. Let me give you a Tesla. Never mind. I'm going to get tongue twisted anyway. But if we can get this thing to continue trading sideways like it is, this thing through 200 might be a blast from the past. So looking at Tesla on the bear and bullish side, bullish above 200 and bearish below that 192. So thank you so much for bringing that up, Joshi. I'm bound to mess up everybody's stinking name in here. My pronunciation on words, like reading anything, I can usually get behind it. I usually can go through it. Usually can do well. But when it comes to names, goodness gracious, I am bad to the bone. So I brought RDW up before. I told you guys if this breaks out in this area, this might be a nice little breakout buy for myself. Not for you, but for me. And it looks like it is starting to do its thing. Now, has not broke out yet. You see my line in the sand. It needs to get to that area before I want to take a peeky gander. If I take a peeky gander at it and we see that the volume is high, then I might go ahead and take a trade on it. So I have my marks marked. We will see what happens. Let me bring up TRKA really quick on the left-hand side, and we are trading at its highs again at 0.6149. Let's go TRKA. I want to take a look at the SPY because it looks like my overall RBLX wants to continue pushing higher. Not that I even care. We're going to take Roblox off that. I don't even want to look at it. I'm just staring at my P&L on that. You know, we're going to get rid of my P&L on this side here, and we're going to keep an eye on the overall trading day. So the SPY reaching the peak of the supply area. Now, this is the really important test. Okay. Can it just hold out up here? I mean, to me, that's the best scenario for SPY. Okay, because I really think if this wants to push on any higher and go crazy parabolic, I feel like that we're going to get a big smack down. So I think the best thing for the SPY before it comes in and wants to check this 410 is to trade sideways for a little bit. So let's see. Rabia thinks, I think it's pronounced Joshi. If it's pronounced Joshi, I want to say it that way. So Rabia, you helped me out with the last pronunciation. So I'm going to write Joshi on there in case he wants to continue being here. Joshi. She. And he takes your position on the board, Rabia, because I won't ever forget your name now, since you had me pronunciate it the right way. So Rabia, coming back, saving me again with the pronunciations. Thank you so much, and thank you for understanding. And Joshia. Joshi, not Joshia. That's Rabia, but Joshi. If you do me a solid, hit that subscribe button, buddy. We will be here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. Now let's see what is going on across the board. Netflix still trading higher at 322.46. Microsoft at 258.44. It looks like everything is screaming to the north side. Well, Amazon still taking off 95.81. Goodness gracious, watch out shorts because the long is in. Goodness gracious, but for how long? Nvidia, why did my alert go off? Nvidia's there. So, Nvidia, what is my risk? What is my reward? If we're breaking out at these highs, my risk is going to be 237, 238, 240, that's $3 risk. We'll do 10. We'll try and get in right now with 10. And we're in. We're in on the breakout at $2.40.62. So right, $2.40, and we're gonna have to move this up a little, 62. Bear with me, guys. So we're right about there. All right, so we're going to see what Nvidia wants to do. We are breaking those highs, and with the overall market looking like it's heading higher, I want to be in a strong stock. Now, we're in 10 shares on Nvidia. We want to see if this thing wants to continue being the leader, being the overall strengthly chip maker in this market. So I like taking these breaks to the higher. Sometimes they will beat me up, but usually if you can catch a strong stock breaking to the highs, it catches a lot of attention with the overall market wanting to head higher as well. We might see a nice push higher. Now, I'm not giving you any buy or sell recommendations. This is my trades. This is my book. This is my risk. This is my money. Make sure if you're doing it with yours, you know your risk, what you're willing to lose, and how you're willing to lose it, because we don't want anybody to sue me, bro. So it looks like the SPY is right at those highs. Will it hold out or will it be its demise? Only time will tell. But I do know Nvidia was acting very strong against the overall market's pullback. So was this a good idea or a bad idea to get in here? Only time will tell. But so far we are 2 for 2 on the L's today. So we are waiting and we are seeing what we can do to make some money. SPY buy above 407, pending sell target on 391. So Joe Shi is looking for a little bit of everything in this market. So we will come back to Nvidia. I think what I need to do is I need to place my stop loss on this thing, but we're just gonna have a soft stop loss and we'll keep an eye on it. Let's see how XM doing. XM's coming right back down from where my buy-in is. I mean, goodness gracious. It gave us this juicy little pop. I even talked about taking about half out in this area, but that's not the move I'm looking for. The move I am looking for now is to be bringing this up to break even and wanting this thing to head on higher. As the 10-day moving average does curl up, we're going to see if that's what it wants to do. So Nvidia is printing me off. I've made a whole cup of coffee on Nvidia since I bought it in, but we'll see what Nvidia really wants to do here right at its highs, breaking higher. Maybe it can continue, or maybe it breaks right back down and makes me a sad pup. All right. Guys, I'm going to go through some tickers here. First, I'm going to get through my overall, and then I'm going to go through my trades, and then I have a long watch list I'd like to go through. It does look like SPY is really slowing down there and really wanting to show us a different direction. Maybe it rolls over here. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it just needs some more time. So we will come back to check on the SPY in just a minute. But we're going to bring up TRKA on the right-hand side just because that thing is flying higher at its highs, 0.64 cents. It reached a high of 65 cents. And like we were saying, guys, be careful with that overhead resistance of that 70-cent area. If we start pushing up into that, we might start seeing more and more resistance. So this thing is looking good, but at the same time, remember, we have a 36% short float on this. So if you're looking for a squeezy McSqueezerson, you might have yourself a juice box with your hand wrapped around it right about now. So TRKA trading at 64 cents. Is this its high? Will it break down from here? Or will the squeezers get to squeezing real soon? So let's take a look at KOSS. Well, we got that up. I don't care for KOSS, 12 years old. simple reason why is there is barely any liquidity on this thing. There's no trade in it. And until we see something to start popping off, I can't really get behind this. So I'm not going to be watching KOSS, but I'll tell you this, 12 years old, if this thing pops off, if we start seeing volume traded on this thing, I want you to let me know. Okay, let's keep an eye on that, but we're going to keep an eye from a distance. So we're going to put TRKA on the left-hand side. We are going to go ahead and look at, let's see here, let's go through all of these on the left-hand side, and we'll put TRKA on the right-hand side, guys. All right, so SMCI. Now, you guys remember I got in this thing at its highs, and I said, why am I buying up here? I need to be buying down here at its 10-day moving average, and now it's back here down at its 10-day moving average. So, starting to see some wicks. Every time it touches that 10-day, it's wanting to get bought up. It's looking good. First Solar, still trading way up there at 214.17, looking really good. Now, TRKA is breaking to the north side at 64 cents. Can it make its way to the tippy top? AMR, after that AMR came back down and tested, it only moved higher since then. Now we open up today at 181.50, about $4 higher than where I wanted to get in. But I don't want to get into this. Let's see if it tests one more time. Let's see if it breaks this area. I think what I'll do is I'll just set an alert here, so that way I don't get excited. I can come back to it. INSP looks like it's getting really tight on that 10-day moving average. It didn't really follow much of anything back here, so I can't really take too much of a trade off that. MNDY, you guys see me stop out of this for a $16 loss. That's A-okay. Loss is small, wins big, baby. LTH looks like it's wanting to do a little bit of a pullback here. TRKA looks like it's seeing some red at 64.22. ACLS, so I really liked ACLS except for this whole deal. I don't like that crap. When it does that crap, it makes me want to turn away. It looks like it's being manipulated, you know. CRUS, so I'm in CRUS. We're in that 4 shares. So CRUS, I was only risking $15, and it was a wide risk too, guys. Like, look at this risk, you know, $15. But here's the thing, in these stocks, when I'm swing trading, even with a wide risk and only holding 15 shares, this thing can still move wonders, okay? Because we had a huge push up, it pulls back, it trades sideways, this thing can really take off higher. Now, I do have to keep in mind too, this thing only moves at 2.5%, so I probably won't be in this for long. The second we start seeing this thing break down or head back, I'm probably just gonna get out of it. So it's only 4 shares, but we're up a little bit. Let's go to LTH, which way are we headed? Down. So ACLS, we already looked at it. INTA looked at it. ASUR, XM, so let's look at ELF. So ELF is the leader in the beauty cosmetics. Let's look at TRKA though, guys. Right there at 65 cents now. 65.56 for TRKA. Things are looking absolutely golden for TRKA. If you like it, it's because you're in it. If you don't, it's because you're not. But TRKA, remember guys, right above us, a lot of selling power there. We need to be careful in this area because if it starts to break through, well, we might squeeze higher, but if this thing breaks down from here, we have a lot of overhead resistance ready to sell off into it. So keep that in mind, guys. There's a lot of people overhead right in this area ready to sell off. So if you haven't taken profits, this might be a good area to take profits. And then when it comes back down, if you're still feeling this stock, you might be able to buy back up. So I'm just talking, I'm just a big old talking chin here. If you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, just go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button. And if you are on the Robinhood's watch list, if you're watching me from Robinhood, hey, you can come over to YouTube if you want and hit that subscribe button so you know when I'm on every single day. We also do pre-market prep on Sundays at Robinhood's stock market watch list. So thank you if you're in here watching me on there. You can come over to YouTube if you never want to miss a show. We're here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, guys. We do live trading, live commentary, and live analysis. If you don't see what you want on my screen, just let me know. We always bring it up, even for a few minutes. Now, let me take a sip of coffee and we will get through my trades. You guys remember when I got out of DHT? Remember this? Now look at it. It's looking great. All right, we're out of EMBC. Good thing too. That's why we have stop losses right there. NU looks like it's bouncing off, and AI now breaking to the high side at 29.88. Look at that, guys. That's absolutely great. Its highs for AI is $30.80. Right now, we're at $29.80, so we're only a buck away from AI making new highs. TRKA did get that breakdown, and it's bouncing off its 60-cent VWAP. So please keep that in mind, guys, and we will definitely see what's happening. All right, let me catch up on SPY. Let's do this. Cost SPY above crossing 5.7 may go up to 8.8. 7.5 is resistance. So Joshi, thank you for the subscription. I absolutely am pumped that you're here. And what I like is that you're not just giving out levels, but you're giving out your buys, your sells, your stops. I like that. That's very constructive, Joshi. So I'm happy to have you here, brother, and I hope you're here for a while. I hope you're here for pre-market prep tomorrow morning. So let's keep on keeping on, guys. I got a lot of tickers I want to get through. PBF, B Stewie, are you still with us? Not Stu Clot. Not to get confused, but we're talking about B Stewie. B Stewie, listen, we platted this all out. Remember all this crap we plotted out here? Well, look, it's going right up to a T. Look where it went. Right to the peak of it and started to sell off now. PBF is an energy stock. It's in a hot sector, and it's trading well above its 200-day moving average, looking very, very strong in this area. So I'm expecting a bit of a sell-off, but I think this thing will hold and trade sideways and then continue higher, breaking new highs eventually at some point in time in the next few months. That's just my own personal thoughts, opinions. They aren't buy or sell recommendations. So glad you're here, B Stewie, and I'm glad you got to hear about your stock PBF. I think that was one of the very first stocks you ever asked about in this trading room. Now, Ford, guys, is very interesting here. So Ford, every time Ford has came up, it's touched its head on that 200-day moving average and then sold off very hard, okay? So when you look at Ford and you see where it's sitting, I don't personally trust it until it's above that 200-day moving average, all right? So we want to make sure we can get that above the 200-day moving average. Now, I want to go through my trades really quick because I want to make sure I ain't messing anything up. So XM's okay. We're out of EMBC. I can take that off my list. I know I don't have enough in CLMT to care. I just want to be there when the 10-day moving average catch up to average at 50 more shares. RBLX, we took this short. What are we up? We're up $3 on this thing right now. We already have our stop set to 42.03. Okay, so I don't have to worry about this trade at all. If this thing breaks down, I might add into a winner. But if it doesn't break down and it heads on higher, well, it's going to stop me out right where my stop out is, right here. All right? That's simple, guys. It is that stinking simple. And as I talk about it, Ford looks like it's starting to break down from that 200-day moving average. You know, part of me wants to get into this because I talk about it all the time. And if you constantly are seeing this, you know, why wouldn't you take a trade on this? You know, so, you know, maybe I do. Maybe I take a small trade on this. We'll take 100 shares. We'll take 100 shares of this and we'll short this. Okay. So I am shorting Ford now. No big deal. It's just 100 shares. And we're going to see where this wants to take us if it gets me in. It is liquid right now. It's only ranging like a penny. And if it gets me out, you know, for $10, that's A-okay. I'm okay with getting stopped out of Ford for $10 to take a longer term trade on this. So we'll see if Ford wants to get me into this. Let's take a look. So we are in Roblox. We're trying to get in Ford. CRUS. This is the one that we wanted to buy up at its lows. It's just chilling. We're going to see how that works out. ALGM, we're just keeping an eye on that for now. MNDY, I got out of, and it's a good thing that we have stop losses. As to where Meta, a good thing we got out of that trade because it's back up to that 188. So I want to look at the SPY. I don't think Ford's going to get me into this. Yeah, so SPY still is stuttering at these tops. So hopefully, in my personal opinion, from the way I'm trading, is I'd like to see this thing pull back. So my opinion on SPY, this is coming from my boy Alex. Alex, we have seen the tables turn a bit. We might start to see the beginning of a bull run, but only time will tell. What I'm looking for in the next couple of days is a healthy pullback on the SPY. We are on 3.80% on the up without any actual pullback to show good strength. While I do still have it bullish, we need to see and create some areas of support before we rocket up. I couldn't agree with you more. I could not agree with you more. That's why I'm not really taking any long side trades. It's just because we're so far extended here after 3 days, guys, of just pushing absolutely to the high side. We're, to see a healthy market, you're going to want to see some pullback. Now, if we don't see that pullback today with Papa Powell testifying on the 7th, which is tomorrow, we'll probably definitely see some pullback then, because it's usually a bloodbath. It's usually a bloodbath in the market if old Papa Powell starts talking. We don't like Papa Powell yapping when we're in trades going long. So you probably won't see me in a lot of trades if tomorrow before open, just because I'm going to want to wait till after Jerome Powell is done talking to see what really is going to happen, right? So keep that in mind, guys. We do have the testimony for Jerome Powell on the 7th. We have payroll on the 10th. CPI on the 14th. That's going to be a big mover right there. Consumer Price Index is a big mover. So now I'm in forward, 100 shares sold short, and that's why I like to get in on the ask or get in on the bid. You join either one of those because, boom, right when it got me in, it dropped back down, and I'm up 50 cents. Okay, we're up a creamer. That's A-okay with me. Hope it's A-okay with you. If you don't like cream in your coffee, that's fine. Neither do I. But when I'm feeling fancy, I'll throw some creamer in there. No big deal. So we're in 100 shares short on Ford. We're going to see where this wants to take us. We can go ahead and put our stop loss at its peak right here. So that way we know. Oh, need to put it on day. Remember to put it on day. And then we're going to have to set our stop loss at 319 right here. Well, we'll put it right at 318. And we'll read this just to make sure it says stop. Because if it doesn't say stop, then we're going to be bad. So we're 100 shares short and forward. We are looking to get this thing down, down. We're going to see where it goes, see where we can take profit. But right now, you guys know where my stop loss is. It's right here at this 318. I am shorting Ford, a small share size, just 100 shares. That's nothing for Ford. I think, let's see, my stop loss is going to be $10, I think, in 100 shares. All right, maybe a little less than $10. So, guys, small share size. I know where my risk is, and that's why I'm happy to take this short. Now, speaking of short, let's take a look at Roblox, because you guys know I wanted to short Roblox, and we could probably do the same exact thing in this area. And look, I did same exact thing. We're using the top. Okay, we're in short, 25 shares. I think I'm risking about the same amount, 10 or 15 bucks in this area, give or take a few dollars, okay? So we'll come back on these. We don't even have to look at these guys because we have our stops set. Some people like to use hard stops. Some people like to use soft stops. That's A-okay, either way you go. Now, Meta. I've been eyeballing this thing on Meta. I've been eyeballing it. Now, it looks like we're creating this area at 198. Part of me really wants to take this short again, guys. I said this morning that maybe I need to stay away from Meta because this 185 area right here, 185, 186, I really expected Meta to have a pullback because we talked about it constantly. And I wanted to money up on Meta when it broke that 185. But in pre-market, it came up to that 185 and it didn't test. It didn't pull back from that 185. So I expected it to test and pull back, and it didn't give it to us. So that's A-okay, no big deal. Now we're looking for other opportunities. And as we got into Ford on that short sale, we're up about $3 on that. Let's see if we can't get this flush, because we know there's support here at this $13 area. It traded sideways on that $13 area for an awfully long time last week, like the whole day. I'm sorry, not an awfully long time, but all day yesterday. It pushed up here and it traded under that $200-day moving average the whole day. So we're going to see if that's going to do the same thing in this area or not. So let's take a look at the overall market though, guys. Now I want to see Snap. Yeah, so Snap, we knew we were going to see some resistance in this area. Let's see, NYT. ARRY, so I don't even want to talk about ARRY right now. LPG, OSUR, Airbnb. So Airbnb, I don't believe in this stock either. This is one of those that I think is just one of those dying dying things, but it's doing well right now, guys. And if you believe in Airbnb, I could look at the bullish side for sure because it's above its 200-day moving average. It's following its 30 and 21-day moving average as well, and it's pushing higher right now on relative volume. So 127.70 for Airbnb, looking really, really well here, guys. Really, really well. So don't pick your nose on stream. Everybody can watch, right? Don't do that. I'm saying it out loud so I learn from it. Guys, if you're just joining me, I'm Dave. I'm with LoFiTrader. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. You guys might be watching me on Robinhood Stock Watch, Market List, or you might be watching me on YouTube. Either way, guys, come to YouTube, hit that subscribe button so you see me here every single day. And if you want more, I'm here on Sundays as well. I'm here on Sundays for the stock market watch list for Robinhood, guys. I'm a special guest with my boy Carlos Moreno. I do appreciate you letting me advertise on your Facebook site, brother, because it is bringing a lot of love and a lot of company to us. So thank you guys so much for being here. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. That's the only things I'm ever going to ask of you guys to do. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. I'm not asking for money. I'm not asking for anything. Just show up to pre-market prep and hit that like and subscribe. So let's hop right back into it, guys. RBLX looks like it's trying to push back up to my stop loss. We'll see if we take a small loss on that or NIZAT. SERA. Let's see what else we got. Mara. Mara looks like it's pushing up. If Mara's pushing up, I want to see what Riot looks like right now. RIOT. So look at that, guys. We talked about Riot. Goodness gracious, why didn't I get it on that 10-day? Now it's pushing at $6.77. Riot's looking overall strong. I need to buy when I say I should buy, and I need to sell when I say I should sell. Not sit here, talk about it, start being about it. Please look at UNG. It is a buy for the long term. This is Nat Gas ETF. Thank you, SM, for giving me a little concept, a little understanding of what the ETF was. So we got SM saying, please look at UNG. It is a buy for the long term. This is NetGaf ETF. So if SM is into net gas for the long term, the positive things that I can see on this is we are starting to see some liquidity building up after this V-shaped bottom. There's the V-shaped bottom and some liquidity starting to pool in here. Now we have a big pullback, but my biggest issue with this is that's way, way, way below this 200-day moving average. Now, SM, I know you like these low buys, just like you bought on, what ticker was that? SI. You bought on SI and it had that nice chirp to the north side. And I gotta say, that is very, very cool being able to do that. This isn't my kind of style. This isn't my kind of buy. But I will say, I do totally understand what you're saying. Anything under 200-day moving average, I don't really care to look at. I need it to be above the 200 so I can get that momentum higher. If it goes below, I'm out of it. Right? Now, I wouldn't hold all of this. I would use a different moving average to get out, usually the 30-day, to get out of something on a push higher. But when it comes to these big panic sell-offs like this, that's your game, SM. And I really do hope you get a great amount of money on this thing. But right now it is sitting at $8.52. This net gas deal might be a make or break. But if we look at BOIL, which is also, I believe, one of those, it's also breaking down. I liked it above 7, even above 7 if we see some construction sideways action, but we woke up this morning to net gas looking like a big sell-off. So we'll see if it wants to shape up or if it wants to continue it's heading lower. TRKA, we obviously need to bring up TRKA, trading at 62 cents. Now guys, is this magic? Absolutely not. I marked these levels out for you to show you what is your overhead resistance. And it's showing you, there's the overhead resistance. That's A-okay, guys. It's A-okay to know where your levels are. It's better to play off of those levels. So I have to say, this is probably one of the best streams that we have had since we started. We're already up to 146 views. Are you guys kidding me? I wonder what the subscription is up to. I haven't looked in a while, but I'm not going to look. I'm just going to let it be what it is, and I'll let it be a surprise when I get off stream, unless one of you guys want to surprise me with that information now. So let's go ahead and bring up the SPY on the right-hand side. It is almost a lot. It's 10:47, guys. We still have an hour and 15 minutes with you. I absolutely love it. This is probably the best job I've ever had in my entire life. I hope I can keep this up, guys. I absolutely love it. I'm going to be here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. So if you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, show me some love. Hit that subscribe. CLMT is still trading sideways. That's what I want to see out of this thing right now. RBLX looks like it's going to stop me out really soon here if it wants to keep on heading higher. Now, it is pushing higher on relatively lower volume, so that might mean that the shorts might come in here. Or maybe it's wishful thinking because I have a short in this position and I just want to make some money. Is that the truth? Well, only time will tell, because it's either going to stop me out for a small loss or I'm going to print some tasty tendies that I can take home to my familia. So let's keep on keeping on. I want to see what's going on with the rest of my trades. So Ford, let's see, I took a short on Ford. Where are we at on that? Well, it looks like we're down some creamer right here. We're down a cup of creamer. That's a-okay. We're going to take that 50-cent loss and just keep on keeping on, because I really think that we should see a constructive pullback eventually in this market. So Meta, speaking of constructive pullback, I have been fighting Meta for 2 days now, trying to short this thing at this 185 just because I think it's going to pull back down to this level. But am I really seeing this right? Am I seeing for what it is? So let me put this on the hourly. Let's clear everything out. Clear the drawing set, because I want to make sure that I have all these levels the right way. So if I were to show somebody else, and this isn't my trade, then I would go like this for them, and I would pull this out, and I would say, hey, right here is your liquidity area. This is where you would want to start taking profit or making a short sale, right? This is what I would tell other people. So if I'm looking at this, maybe I do want to use that high. Maybe I do want to use that daily high here as a risk. So if I was going to use that risk and take this trade one more time, then where would I get in? So this looks like we're starting to wick off on the top. We look at the 15 here. We got big wick off on that big push, and it's pushing right back up into there, looking like some sell-off volume. Now, it's hard to get behind. Let me take a sip of coffee and I'll think about it. B. Stewie, I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about. 268, 269 million. Is that how much money you have in the bank? If it is, congratulations, brother. I'm very impressed and very proud. All right, so Meta. We're going to get in real small again. We're going to take 5 shares. We're going to join the ask, and this will be my last time trading Meta. Well, I guess I'm going to take 25 shares, huh? Okay. I guess I'll take 25 shares. It's going to be a big boy trade. All right, 25 shares short in Meta. We're going to see what this thing wants to do. I've already taken a loss on Meta of $20. So if you look at the top here, this is the P&L since you open the trade. This is the P&L for the day. This is how much you have already lost or gained on the trade. So we are down $20 on Meta. We're at 269 subscribers, B. Stewie, for real? Holy guacamole, guys. Thank you so much. I do appreciate you being here. Those subscriptions just keep on heading up, guys. We need to get to 1,000. Because if we get to 1,000, guess who starts getting paid from doing YouTube? I do. And if I can get paid from doing YouTube, why not? Why not get paid from doing YouTube? So thank you guys so much. I do appreciate all the subscriptions, and I do appreciate having this awesome viewership that I can do commentary for. So thank you so much for being here, guys. Thank you, Stewie, for bringing that, B. Stewie, for bringing that to my attention. So we are short 25 shares in Meta. That might be a lot to you, but it is a lot to me because the risk is what I look for. So if we're risking 25 shares, then we have the ability to lose about $25 on this trade. Now, is $25 a lot? No, $25 is not a lot. But let's say I lose 8 times today. That's $200. $200, well, that buys groceries for about a week and a half for my family, okay? And so that's the way I like to look at things, because my biggest expense in life right now is groceries. How do I know? Well, because we track everything in this house. Every piece of spending we try to track and trace. And when it came down to it, we are spending the most money on snacks. Snacks, guys, not even groceries. Our snack income for this month was about the same amount as our groceries for this month, about $110. All I got to do is cut those snacks out, and I'm going to save an extra $100, guys. And same thing with this, with Meta. I could take a small loss on Meta, but if it starts adding up, you know, you don't want to lose too much, guys, because those all add up. And when it starts adding up, money starts piling up, you start scratching your head like, where did it all go? All right. It looks like I'm out of Roblox. Looks like I'm wrong on that trade. So we're going to go ahead and get out of, let's take a look at Roblox. We'll come back. So Roblox wants to push higher. You know what I haven't seen in a while is NVIDIA, NVDA. NVIDIA. So we're up 14 bucks on NVIDIA, and it's looking pretty good here. I do like it. We're going to just hold out on NVDA because like I said, as the overall market pulls back, NVIDIA looks absolutely scrumptious, trying to test and trying to go higher. So we will go back, we'll come back to NVIDIA and see how it is. As Ford is breaking down, it's still, we haven't made much money off of Ford yet. We're just trying to see what it wants to do with this 200-day moving average and see if this thing can break down. But this thing's got plenty of time on it. So yeah, Meta, we're gonna, you know, we're gonna have to reduce this share size here. We're gonna have to break this down. If it breaks up above this, we're gonna we'll buy 10 shares of it back. If it wants to get above these highs, if you guys have any questions, just throw them up in the chat. If you're watching something that I am not, if you want to see me take a look at something that I haven't looked at already, or if I have and you just want an update, just go ahead and let me know, guys. Let me know in the chat. I'll be happy to bring it up, to talk about it, to trade about it, you know, the whole nine. ALGM's looking really, really good. Really, really good. All right, guys, let's go through the indices really quick and see how things are trading. So we got 24. Oh, it only gave me, jeez. All right, I'm over this. We need to make sure we put our stop loss on this so we don't get too carried away here, guys. We don't want to get too carried away with this trade. So we got 24 more shares, and we're going to set our stop loss so we know where we need to get out. So the SPY breaking down at 406.83. Its highest traded area was 407.35. So we're going to see how that wants to work out. Let's see. Careful longing Meta. I feel one more pop and a fail. Yeah, I'm actually shorting Meta, Mikey. I've been trying to short Meta all morning this morning. I'm down some chump change. We're down about $31 on Meta, trying to get in there for a short. So thank you for bringing that up. And I'm looking for that pop. I'm looking for another pop and a fail as well. So we're going to see what Meta wants to bring. But as of right now, it's looking like a terror to the north side. We're really trying to hurt my account. So we're going to see what this thing wants to do. I'm slowly reducing share size here. We're going to see what this thing wants to do. Maybe we get a pop up into this area and it sells off hard. So we will see. I feel like I want to have the average. I want to equal 25 shares in this, and then we're going to wait to see if this thing wants to do it. Will this thing break down for daddy? Only time is going to tell. So let's make sure we got a hard stop in here, because if it breaks this area, we are going to be poop out of luck. It's probably the nicest way to say that, huh? There we go. All right, we're going to see what this thing wants to do. Come on, Meta. Make me some money. RBLX. So ONON. Let's take a look at ONON. So ONON, yeah. We've been looking at ONON. Have we? I don't even know. No, this is not one we looked at. So Charles brought up ONON and HIMS. So ONON, guys, this thing has been trading sideways, and it looks like it's just, if you look at the daily, it's above its 200-day moving average, and it looks like it's starting to hold a base of $20. Now trading at $22.82. This thing is just at its high. It looks like, it's in its ebb and ebb of things, right? So I imagine this thing will want to come back down, create a new higher low around $21, and then we'll see what happens. But this thing only moves 3.9% in a day, so it's not a crazy fast mover. It's not anything that, we really need to really keep a hawk eye on. But if you're looking for this for like the long term, yeah, it's above its 200-day moving average. It's trading sideways currently, trying to build a base here. So keep an eye on ONON for a longer term investment. But these aren't buy or sell recommendations. I'm just reading the charts as they come. So we'll take a look at HIMS. HIMS. So HIMS is trading sideways at 1033. We had a big gap up on earnings. It gapped up but only held 9% of that gap up, okay? Then it pushed up higher on this. This was an earnings play. We did not actually take this earnings play though, but it gapped up higher. It traded sideways and built new higher lows, and it looked promising. But then it sold off pretty hard in pre-market, breaking and filling that gap on HIMS. Now trading sideways at 1034. So this thing does look like it's shaping up, guys. We had a big push and a pullback, and now it's squatting on its 10-day moving average. So I would say over all the stocks, like this one's looking really nice. So you can see that it has tested that 10-day moving average multiple times and now is back there testing again, creating nice new lower highs on this 5-minute that I'm seeing, okay? So if you're looking at HIMS for a long, just know what your risk is first, guys. In this $10 area looks like a nice risk. So you'd be risking 34 cents per share. So you might like it, you might love it. If you want some more of it, let me know. Let's see, Alex says SPY is on 404 put. Entry was at 18. So it looks like Alex is taking a short sale on the SPY. He's expecting this thing to come down. So let's see. Yeah, puts are for short sales, calls are for longs in the options world. So he took a short right here on this 404 area, 404.18 he says. No, I'm sorry, 18 cents. The puts are for 404. I got it now. So he's expecting this thing to come down to 404. He's got some puts on it at 18 cents. I'm guessing at 106.18 maybe, or 107.18 maybe. Yeah, probably 107.18. 107.3. There it is. 107.3 to 105.96. Exit trim in between. Good luck, Alex. We always want to see you green, baby. Green, baby. Green, green, green. So what else are you guys watching? Let me know. If not, I need to keep an eye on my sales, my trades, to see what is happening here with us. So let's take a look at Ford. Ford is still breaking down. We're at $3.50 on Ford. As to where Meta, we're down about $13 on this trade, guys. A total of $35 on Meta. So is Meta going to stop me out for an even bigger loss on this, or will Meta shape up and head to the south side like I personally am anticipating? We might get another little pop into this area and a bigger sell-off, but I'm looking at the overall longer term of the day. I'm looking at this thing for around 1, 2, 3 o'clock before they start coming back in here, and yeah. Hopefully, and I say that respectfully, hopefully we get a sell to the downside. So while Mikey's still hanging and lingering in here, I want to make sure we go back over the short. Did you actually take that short, Mikey? Or is it probably not even worth looking at, actually? But yeah, Meta's starting to break down now, guys. We're only down $1.71 on this trade, down $23.50 total on today's day. So that's how quick things can change, guys, especially when you're in a hefty share size. Personally, 25 shares is a hefty share size for me. So trim at 22 for a 22% gain, playing top of VWAP band. Let's see how it plays. Alex, always making that money. I love to see it, baby. And if you want to make money like Alex, just show up to pre-market prep every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. Why? Because we set those in the sand for you. We set the line in the sand so you get a better understanding of what's going on in the market, guys. So if you want to know what's going on in the market, if you bring any entertainment, if I'm bringing you any entertainment whatsoever, goodness gracious, hit that like, hit that subscribe. That's the only thing you will hear me ask of you here, except for maybe a poll. I might ask you to go on a poll and see. So anyway, speaking of which, guys, we do have a poll up. There's 16 people that have voted. Now, if it's not too much to ask, go ahead and vote on that poll. Why does everything slow down when I do this? Go ahead, vote on that poll, hit that like, hit that subscribe button, guys. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, putting in that work, baby. I like putting in that work every single day. Every single day, guys. Every single day I'm doing something to better myself, whether it's out running. Well, I'm not doing that now because of torn meniscus, but it's either out running, doing jujitsu, learning, reading, writing, caring for my family, whatever it is. I make sure what I'm doing is to better myself, and I want to be here to prove that to you every single day, guys, with my trading, okay? So right now we are up about $1.79 on Meta. We are going to see what our other trades are doing as Ford is breaking down still. We're up about $5 on Ford. Now, does Ford want to hold this area out? maybe I should take half of my shares out here. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold on for the overall move expectancy. What's the overall move expectancy? Well, when I look at for it here, I see it's bonking its head constantly on this 200-day moving average. Well, if it's bonking its head on this 200-day moving average, and we bonked its head again, and I got 100 shares short here, well, might as well wait for the bigger expected move. Am I going to bite myself or kick myself or shoot myself in the foot over this? Maybe, but you'll at least be here to watch it, and it'll be entertaining. It won't all be for naught. Right? And as we speak, SPY is trading at 406.87. We're going to see what the SPY wants to do here. Ford trading at $13.06. Let's go back to Meta and take a look at Peaky Gander Meta trading at 188.37. My ALGM, not in it just yet. We're waiting to see what is going to happen. CRUS, I'm up $5.30 since open on just a simple 4 shares, guys. That's really nice. RBLX. Now, I keep looking at RBLX because I want to short RBLX, but it's already gotten me out once for a $5.75 loss. Do I try to take this trade again? Yes. Yes, I do. So this time, since we're back up at that highs, we're going to join the ask right now before things start breaking down. I don't want 3, I wanted 30. So let's add another 27 shares onto this and see if we can't join the ask right now. 2, oh, goodness gracious. So we want to get in a total of 27 more shares. It won't let me do the 7. What is going on with this silly thing? Okay, maybe my 7 doesn't work. So let's join the ask again. Goodness gracious. And we'll see if we can get it in there. All right, now I'm in. Now I'm going to use this 30 shares, and I'm going to, come on, these buttons. What's going on with my buttons? We're going to use these, and we're going to stop out at the high of day again, guys. I will stop out at the high of day again for a small loss. 30 shares if it gets back up here, okay? And as I say that, SPY wants to break back higher to 406.92, and Roblox looks like it is following it a little bit. I was keeping an eye on it here, and as the overall market continued to push, it just traded sideways. So I am expecting a nice pullback with the overall market pulling back too. So we have our set stop, NVDA, NVIDIA. So NVIDIA looks like it's wanting to pull back to that buy-in area that we were in. So if the overall SPY pulls back, you know, I'm expecting to see NVDA hold out and head higher like the overall market has for us before. So let's go ahead and look at XM. So XM, I'm only up 20 bucks now on XM when just earlier, I believe this morning, we were up about 50 bucks. You know, we talked about taking out half, but that's not the overall expected move. My overall expected move is much, much higher than this. So CLMT, you guys know I'm only going to share that, just keeping an eye on it. As Roblox, I'm up $1.65 now on this short using the high as its stop out. CRUS, we're up about $5.92 on that, and ALGM, we're not in just yet. Well, Meta is starting to break down. We're up about a cup of coffee on Meta, expecting bigger things. So guys, if I'm not looking at it and you want me to take a look, then we will. So it looks like Joshi is talking about Bitcoin. So let's go ahead and take a look at Bitcoin. I want to make sure I have all my stops on everything first. Roblox, yes. Meta, do we have the stop on Meta? Yes, we do have the stop on Meta. That is an awfully big share size though, so part of me doesn't want to walk away from this, guys. I'm actually going to bring my stop down to the peak of this, which Mikey probably wants to smack me for doing, but I did it. Mikey, if you think that's a bad idea, let me know. I'm trading my own hand, but I want to know how you feel because you are the short sale trader. So guys, we're going to take a look at F. F is still trying to bounce off that area. We talked about it. It's going to be strong in that area, right? So let's look at Bitcoin now that I feel like I am caught up. So I have Bitcoin up right here, guys. We talked about Bitcoin plenty of times before. This is on the daily on the left-hand side. You can see I drew this uptrend for you. Bitcoin is holding its uptrend. Now, it's an extremely volatile cryptocurrency. What do I mean by that? It means it goes up and it goes down big percentages. So when you are looking at Bitcoin, no, the overall trend is to the upside, and it always has been, guys. It always has been to the upside. Even on this huge pullback that everybody got scared of, it still held lower highs, and it still is pushing up, okay? So keep that in mind. The overall trend on Bitcoin still looks to the north side, as to where the hourly, if we look over here, this is the 4 hour. If we look at the 4 hour, just on the 4 hour, guys, this thing's been trading sideways. Okay, so if you're looking at getting into Bitcoin, or in my personal opinion, I'm looking to get into like Riot, just because that looks like, Riot looks like the overall, better of all of them. And now I liked Riot when it was down here. Riot's not down there anymore. Riot's breaking to the north side. So this is a miner, guys. I look at miners when I'm looking into Bitcoins because I like to take equities. There's equities in miners, and I can find them on Thinkorswim. So I'll look at like Mara, Riot, and there's also a new skeptical one that just came out called BFRG. I'm not recommending any of these stocks to anybody, but I do want to point these out. So BFRG is a low float, small cap stock that recently IPO'd. You can see it just came out on 2/14/23. So if you look at BFRG, you can see this is a very speculative stock. If the market, if Bitcoin's gonna go up, they're gonna go up too, okay? So let's, I'm hoping Ford will break down, and I'm hoping the overall SPY, obviously, because it's looking really strong back up here at these highs, wants to break down, because if not, we might have some issues for Meta, as Meta coming back up to that area that I bought it in at, well, actually much higher than the area I bought it in. My average is 188.35 on this, so if it breaks this area of where my stop loss is, I am out of Meta, and I will not be looking back to trade Meta with a $35 loss, guys. So we will see what Meta wants to do right here. Will it stay down? Will this break down? Will this print us some tendies? Or am I going to be out for a small loss? New vision, buddy. My bad, dude. NVDA, okay, yeah, NVDA found its highs. It looks like it's going to pull back. We're going to go ahead and take out half of our shares right here, guys. We can lock in a small profit right here. I can't use that anymore, so we're going to buy market on this. Bam. Now we got half of our share size out. Okay, so we took, oh no, not half of it. Let me buy the market one more time. There, we made about $4 from that NVDA trade, and we're still in it with, we're still up another $4, so a total of $8.50 on NVDA, but we're gonna hold these last 20 shares to really see where it wants to go. It actually looks like more, I've locked in more like a $2 trade rather than, a 10, so no big deal. So Nvidia is looking nice, guys. It did break that area. We did end up getting into this area that it broke through because it is the highs, and I really liked it. I talked about wanting to take that trade, so we're in it to win it. We've already made some of our money on this, and we're waiting for these last 20 shares for the long run, honestly. All right. So Meta looks like it did not break me out yet, but don't play around with Meta because it looks like it is going to do its thing. So Tesla, let's take a look at Tesla. I'm out of Meta, guys. Out of Meta. I have been stopped out for Meta. Now it looks like Tesla's building a nice little pennant right here. Rabia, if you're still with us, this pennant looks very, very interesting. I do really like it. This is the kind of pennant that gets me pretty excited because if it starts to break up from here, we have a lot of higher lows that they could be breaking, and with things looking good in the overall market, this might be able to take it higher. It's also trading in its supply area, so this is actually showing us some proof of concept. What are we seeing on the 15-minute? So if we look at the 15-minute chart, it looks like we did get this big wick off on the bottom. It's now trading in its VWAP area. So this is looking like Tesla's overall shaping up in an area that we would want it to. So will Tesla head up higher from this area? I'm not 100% sure, guys. But if we look at, let's take a look at the Qs, the QQQ. That's where it's heavily weighted, and it looks like the Qs are still tearing off to the top side without Tesla's help. Look at that. That's a great sign for the overall tech stocks, is when you see QQQ racing to the north side and your big boat of a stock like Tesla isn't even doing anything, then you know your Amazons, your Googles, your other big tech stocks are doing absolutely phenomenal, like Meta, like Amazon, like Google, okay? So what's going to happen here, guys? It looks like the SPY is starting to stutter. It's starting to spit out right here at this peak too. So is this the high, guys? Is this 407.37 the highs that we're going to see for the SPY? Or are we going to keep on heading higher, breaking through that? So are you in Meta shorts, Alex just added. So let's go back to Meta because I have tried the Meta short about 3 times now. Oh, it looks like I still am in Meta short. So I got in most of it. I'm still in. This is what happened. My keyboard on the right-hand side, I don't know if it's because I spilled coffee on it or what, but this right-hand side, this keyboard on the right-hand side isn't working. So I guess I tried to punch in 25. It only took 2 out. So I'm glad you asked me if I'm still in this Meta short because I am, and I didn't even realize it. So we're going to keep an eye on this Meta now. We're down a little bit more than I anticipated on Meta simply because I did not plan on being in it past this area. So I'm going to use this next stop as my stop loss, maybe losing more than I had anticipated on this trade. But hey, it is what it is. That's part of trading. We got to live, we got to learn, and we got to learn from our mistakes because if you're not learning from your mistakes, then you're just a loser. And we don't want to be around any losers, do we? I don't think so. Surround yourself who you want to be. Surround yourself with all the people you want to be. It's something the old Granny Randy used to tell me all the time. Surround yourself with like-minded people and people that you want to become. And that's why we have the Mikeys and the Heisers in here, because I want to be like my mentors. My mentors, they keep me straight. They keep me narrow. We'll go over trades together. We'll go over their trades so I can learn and understand the overall market every single day. I'm working to get better, guys, and I hope you are too. So, spitting some life media, some life entertainment right there for you. It's the truth, and I like to bring it. All right, guys, let's see what else we got going on right now. So it looks like Meta is still climbing. Meta is at 189.02. Let's look at the overall SPY. Let's see how the overall market is doing in this area. So still, we're starting to see some wicks off on the top there. So let's zoom in on, or let's zoom out on the 15 minute to see what we got. And I'm not seeing a lot of wicks on the 15, but that 5 is showing us a few little secrets. So we'll see if that wants to hold up there, because the SPY, wow, goodness gracious, what a terror to the north side. I think, well, everybody was expecting a pullback in the market. Meta, and I'm sorry, the SPY, the Qs, the whole market said, hang on, hold this juice box because we want to squeeze to the north side. And speaking of squeeze, you know what we need to look at? That's right. TRKA. Let's take a little peeky gander. And TRKA, goodness gracious, it did not pull back very far. It found support and it pushed higher, now ramping up right up into that 0.72 area for TRKA. Back down, now trading at 0.68 cents. Goodness gracious. NVDA for buy side needs to cross 246, then may test 262 is what Joshi says. So yeah, NVDA absolutely looking great. As I sit here and hold on to a Meta short that is not looking so good. So we'll bring up NVDA on this left-hand side. And yeah, I'm still in NVDA. We're still up about 10 bucks in NVDA. So hopefully, and I say it respectfully, hopefully it holds out here, because we want to see this thing go higher and higher and higher. NVDA, very widely weighted stock in a lot of your indices. Definitely a stock that for your long-term portfolio above the 200-day moving average looked really, really good. So we'll see what NVDA wants to bring us. So all in good time with that. So yes, I am still in Meta shorts. We're going to see where this thing wants to go. I think I just need to set my stop loss though, because I'm getting a little anxious with this one. Down a little bit more than I want to be. Especially because it didn't stop me out when I wanted it to. Completely my fault. Has nothing to do with the broker on this, guys. Why did it stop me out? Well, or why didn't it stop me out? It did. It stopped me out for 2 shares. When it stopped me out for those 2 shares, it's because it did not register the 5 when I pressed the keyboard. And that's something you got to pay attention when you're working on these things, guys. You got to know what you're doing, and that's why using paper trading, if you do a paper trading or something, that's going to help you learn the buy, the sell orders, all that crap. and it takes a while to learn all that. So just keep that in mind, guys. When you're working with anything new, it's best to do it for free, right? So do it with paper trading. There's many different ways to paper trade, and one of them you can do on Thinkorswim. One you can do, actually, I think Thinkorswim is actually one of the best. So keep that in mind, guys. All you have to do is click this on demand at the very top right, and you can actually play the market however you want, long, short, all for free. I don't think it's not the time isn't like spot on or anything. You know, it's not. I think it's delayed, but you can still play it. You can still learn how to do buy and sell market orders without ever blowing any money trying to learn how to do it like I did. All right. So keep that in mind, guys. There's multiple ways. So Ford looks like it is bouncing off that base, just like we talked about. I'm going to hold on to this thing just to see if it wants to stay under that 200-day moving average for the longer short sale side. So one thing I do want to look at, since we're up so stinking high, let's take a look at our VOO. So VOO, this actually P&L is wrong. We're up over about $600 on the VOO. So when VOO came down to this 200-day moving average, I talked to you guys about, I want this to hold, I want this to hold, I want this to hold. So as it was down here, anytime it came back down to this area, I kept buying. I ended up buying about 6 or 7 shares of the VOO at $335 down here. And I just held. Like, this is for a long-term account, guys. So keep that in mind. So we're up probably over that. We could do the math. At 335, we have 17 shares at 335, and this thing is trading at 374 right now. So you do the math. You know, we're up a nice pretty penny on our long-term account, and that's what you want to see, guys, in your long-term account. You want to see it making money, and this VOO has been on a tear to the north side with plenty of people buying up that SPY. So how high can it go before we see a constructive pullback? And as of right now, let's take a look at that SPY. It looks like the SPY wants to continue higher. Look at this, guys. Right up at those highs now. Is it going to break and make new highs? Only time will tell, but I don't think it's going to take too much time at all. And while it makes new highs, it looks like Meta has a little pullback. So that might be some good news for myself being short in this Meta trade. So we're going to have to wait and see while NVDA starts to prop itself up with some 5-minute Wiki Wickersons off the bottom here. Let's look at the 15 on NVIDIA. So the 15 on NVIDIA doesn't show us any much more. It's just trying to trade sideways and digest some of this big information that it was giving us. So Meta is doing a nice little pullback now. A part of me is starting to think, you know, if it keeps pushing higher and keeps holding, you know, I'm not going to wait. I'm not going to wait too long. Maybe I start reducing risk once it gets down to this VWAP area. But if the overall market wants to actually break down from these highs, well, then we'll take some share, then we'll hold on to it. But because it looks like the market wants to hold in these areas, I think the smartest thing for me to do now would be to actually take a little bit out. So I'm going to buy the market here and take a $5 loss on that trade. Let me get rid of this here. Oh, look at that. Look at that. It's trying to freeze up on me, guys. It's trying to. All right, so we're gonna buy the market for 10 shares right here, get a little under half of this out. Okay, now we're down to 13 shares on this Meta, and I'm gonna use this new high as my stop loss. Only we're going to actually set it the right way this time. It's probably the worst time to get out. I know, but it's okay. So we're gonna set the last 13 right here to its peaks, and my goal is to actually hold on to this thing for longer term. I'd like to see it get all the way down to that 110 area. I really think it has the ability to do that. And if not, and if it wants to come back up to its highs of 189.25, well, then it can go ahead and stop me right the heck out, because I don't want to have anything else to do with it. So let's catch up on the chat after I take a quick sip Shawana. Oh, you know what? Let me pour some coffee. Look at this, guys. Come on. You know I'm a real trader if I got a coffee pot in the office, right? I mean, you know I'm a real trader because I'm taking real trades in front of you. But this is just an added plus, ladies and gentlemen. That is the rest of the coffee, and we only have 40 more minutes. So, that being said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. I am Dave with LoFiTrader. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. We had an awesome day today. We had an awesome day on Friday, and we're going to have an awesome day every single day after this. If you like commentary, stock market analysis, or shoot, live trades in front of you, wins or losses, we like to learn because we're not losers here. So hit that subscribe button, guys. Without further ado, right back to the market. SPY just getting over those highs and seeing a little sell-off here. So we're going to see what it wants to do at this 407 area. It looks like Meta is taking the lead by selling off before the market wants to, and it's pulling back now. We're almost to break even on our original trade. We're only down 76 cents now, but overall for the day we are down 28 cents on Meta. We're not going to try and fake that one, guys. We're down a whole $28 on Meta for the day. Now Ford, we're still up $2 on. We're going to see what Ford wants to do. It looks like it bounced off that area, that $13 area that I pointed out to you guys a little bit ago, and then boom, boing, bounced off, smacks its head on VWAP, and it looks like it's going to start selling lower. So only time is going to tell with this. 100 shares short in Ford. So we're going to see how that's going to diggity do us, right? Let's see what else we got. We already talked about my Meta shorts, and it looks like they're working up. We're up a whole cup of coffee on this thing now, as well ALGM. Come on back down here, baby, because Daddy wants to buy a couple share of you. And while it's right here, just to prove my point, I'm just going to buy a small share size. 5 shares of this. That's it. Nope, not 13. See, my button over here is just not working. Yeah, it's just not working. I'm going to have to use my above one. This is going to be interesting to try and do. But yeah, we'll go 5. We'll go 5 shares right here if it'll allow it. And let's look at CRUS. It's still trading higher. It's looking nice. We're about $5 or $6. You know, guys, I almost forgot that I took this short on Roblox. I'm really glad I did. We're up $2.85. Just small, guys. We're waiting for the overall bigger move on this. And you guys might not even see the overall bigger move until tomorrow when we're here again in the morning at 8 a.m. So let's look at CLMT. No, we're going the wrong way. No, we're going the right way. CLMT, we're down a whole 13 cents. Goodness gracious, I'll take a sip of coffee to that. That is good coffee. XM, did we finally find a base on XM? Can we finally find a base? Because look at this, guys. This is what's sad. We have all this traded volume here propping XM up, and then what do we get first thing in the morning? Because this thing had this huge freaking ramp up. I mean, it was crazy, all the way up to $19. Oh, heck, guys, I was up. I mean, I have 65 shares in this. 65 shares, so you can imagine what I was up, but we didn't notice it. We didn't see that. And it came right back down and pushed back up and then came down even more, but it looks like it's trying to set. It's trying to set new lower highs. But why am I a little squeamish? Well, look at all of this selling volume. A ton of selling volume. I mean, a ton of selling volume came into here. I don't like the look of that. It makes me want to see, is there news on this thing? Downgrades, Qualtrics. So there's a downgrade on here. I don't really care for downgrades. Lowers price to target 19. Some of this doesn't even make sense. China stock slips after growth target released. Yeah, so I guess there was some news on this. I mean, I don't really trust the news, guys. You know, I almost feel like a lot of people they look at the news and they trust the news, and that's where they make their plays off of. Well, personally, I make my plays and then the news comes out. You know, so I could be wildly wrong, and you trade differently than I do. We're all going to trade different. I like taking the biggest news, waiting for it to come out, and then reacting to it afterwards. I don't like to react to the news when I read it, because if you react when you read it, a lot of times news is either already priced in, or good news is bad news, or there could be just a ton of crap, guys. So when I see something, I usually wait until after it happens, and then I go, okay, let's take a look and see what's going on, you know. So let's go ahead and catch up on everything. New Vision says SPY's at 407.33. That was probably old. Sorry, New Vision, just catching up. Let's see. Joshi says Meta operator selling already happened, but may take up. But buying happens above 189.5 only, or else it's weak. It seems like you have a very specific thing that you're looking at, Joshi, which is great. We need to stay disciplined as traders, know your levels, and make sure you're taking those levels and playing your play. Taking the trade and trading your trade, right, guys? Alex C says SPY is dropping. So we got SPY over here on the left-hand side. It looks like it's trading at 406.85. I won't consider this thing dropping until it breaks this 406.50. When it breaks 406.50, that's when I'll say SPY is dropping, guys. So right now, it's just kind of trading sideways up at these highs at this 406, 407, 407.50 area. So we'll see what it wants to do. But yes, we are seeing some wicks on this 15 now. We are starting to see some heavier selling volume start to finally come in. So we'll see if this thing wants to just keep playing games with our heart. Yes, just like the Backstreet Boys song. I will sing it to you if you want. Airbnb New Vision says, let's see, I want to catch up. 12 years old and fat. You know I got to say your name in chat. 12-year-old and fat says, missed that 72 cents while driving home. Yeah, man, well, that's part of being a trader, right? We're going to miss trades, and that's A-okay. As long as you don't think that it's the last trade you're ever going to see, because there's going to be plenty more coming up, guys. Plenty more. Speaking of plenty more, let's see what TRKA is doing. So TRKA is still trading up in that liquidity area that I drew out for you guys. Now, like I've told you before, this thing looks like it's really chewing away at its volume. It's doing its best. It's trading a huge amount of volume right now. Right now, to the pre-market, it traded 16 million, and now the volume that it's traded to the high of day is 126,000, guys. That means its float has already rotated 3 times. That means new buyers are stepping in. There's more people looking at TRKA. So let's zoom in on the 5-minute to give a better idea of what's going on. I like to zoom out for a better idea, but when we're looking at these moving fast stocks, 72 cents for TRKA, looking absolutely great. Whoever's holding TRKA, congratulations. I'm very proud of you, but make sure you're taking profits. We are in an area of resistance, okay? And look at that. As I'm speaking, we're seeing double wick off on the 5-minute. What does this do? I gotta stretch my back real quick. Oh, my back. Oh my gosh. Maybe we sit down for a quick second. My knee and back are starting to hurt, but I like to move around. I'm very jump and jive, very move around, get it moving, baby. So let's go over our trades. Well, TRKA is at 71 cents. Goodness gracious, you love to see it. You absolutely love to see it, guys. As Ford starting to break back down here, right back down to that $13 area that we talked about earlier. Is it going to bounce again and head back up higher? We will see. As Meta breaks down, thank gosh I didn't sell all those shares out, and I still held on for the overall move. What does this tell me about my trading? Well, there's a few things that it'll tell me, and we will go over that after the show when I'm going to sit down, go through all the trades that I took today. But I think my main focus is going to be Meta and say why. Why did I lose so much on Meta before I finally caught the real short sale? So we're going to see if this thing wants to continue to break down now that it is trading at 187.80. It's sitting right on top of that VWAP area, which is always a great place for traders to watch because it can show you a nice little inclination of what might to come, right? If this thing soaks up at this VWAP area, that might be something that is telling us, hey, you know, maybe we get a few shares out. Or if it just breaks on through, doesn't even think about it, that might be another thing that we want to look at as well. So I need to make sure I get through these trades though. So Meta is breaking down, looking good. We're up about $8 on that trade. ALGM is finally coming back down to where I want to buy in. So I'm going to actually buy in. We'll do, you know, I'm just going to wait a little bit. TRKA now at 71 cents, still trying to push through this area, and it's pushing hard on heavy volume too, guys. Very, very heavy volume in this. I absolutely like to see this, guys. So right now, TRKA from the open this morning is about 21%. So if you like to see big moves, right there is a huge move. So congratulations to any of you that are in it right now. If you are in it, guys, let me know that you are in TRK, your average price, and now what your new stop loss is. Because if you're not moving your stop loss up or you haven't at all, well, you have a lot of money that you could lose, especially if you were in here yesterday when we were talking about this 50 cents area in the pre-market prep. We got everybody ready to go for this 50 cent area. And if you are still holding with me, you are at 41% on TRKA. So congratulations to you. New Vision, Airbnb. So we got Airbnb up right now. Airbnb, we were talking about it earlier. I told you I don't really believe in Airbnb, but what the heck does that matter? Because all we're trying to do is believe in the money. We can believe in money, baby. So 130 is going to be the peak of Airbnb, and that's where we've seen the last test. So we know there is plenty of supply in this area because the last time it hit this 130 area, it sold off very, very hard, very abruptly, and sold off a nice 6% on Airbnb before pushing back up higher. So we're coming up to that 130 area. Be very careful, New Vision, in this area. We might get a push to that 130, but with the overall market, if I bring up the overall market is looking like it's still trading sideways, so we don't know exactly what's going to happen. We are sitting right above that VWAP area, so we'll see what the market wants to do in this area. But I think Airbnb is going to follow the market overall. So if the market is starting to fall, we might see before that 130 area hits, Airbnb might want to do a nice little pullback. But thank you for bringing that up for me. New Vision. Now it looks like TRKA, goodness gracious, it says hold my juice box because we need to squeeze, is what TRKA is saying. Its highs at 73 cents. We're trading at 71.40. It's not wanting to break down. It's showing strength in this area. Now I know I'm excited, but we need to revert back to the mean, guys, and always know that trading is scary. Trading can be very hard at times. So if you're just popping this up, if you're just now seeing TRKA, just know your buy-in was this 50-cent area. Your buy-in is not now. This is a scary area to be buying in because at any time, those big sharks, those big whales, they can pull that rug right out from underneath you. So be careful if you're looking at TRKA right now. Granny Randy says, have a great day, all. Sending love. Grandma, I'm accepting that love. I'm duplicating that love, and I'm sending it right back to you. That's how we do business, baby. So Alex says, take care, Granny Randy. Thank you as always, Granny Randy says. Meta is fighting the VWAP. You're darn tootin' it is. Let's go ahead and bring up, oh, and as we speak, Airbnb is starting to push higher, closer to that 130 area that I just pointed out for you guys. So keep an eye on that. New Vision, you're always welcome. You're always welcome, and I'm just pumped for your support. You're always bringing me that support. Meta is fighting that VWAP area. Does Meta want to break down and print me some tasty tendies in this area, or does it want to smack me in my mouth and say, go back to grandma's? You can add whatever words you want. So we'll see what Meta wants to do. It is fighting this VWAP area. I don't think it's going to put up too much of a fight with the overall market trying to pull it down. But we will see. Only time will tell. I'm not a hindsight Henry. I am a, how do you say now? Let's say I'm nerdy now. I don't know, whatever. I'm just going to keep on talking. This chin is getting heavy, ladies and gentlemen. 4 hours straight of talking. If you like the entertainment, if you like being here with me, please hit that like, hit that subscribe, because I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. I bring you awesome news. I bring you the CPI. I bring you the payroll. I bring you Papa Powell's testimony on the 7th, the payroll on the 10th, the CPI on the 14th, and of course, how could you forget about the FOMC meeting on the 22nd. So stay tuned with me, guys, and please, guys, if you love it, if you like it, I'm not going to ask you of anything of you except for one like and one subscribe, okay? And you ain't going to hit that subscribe every day. Just hit it one time for me. You might like it, you might hate it, but either way, get it over quick and just smash that thing. Right back to it, though, guys. We got Meta finally breaking down that VWAP area, but I know just as well as you do on these bigger stocks, the VWAP area is a little bit wider than the line is drawn, so we will see if we're going to get a good flush from Meta, or are we just going to sit here and trade sideways. So TRKA, goodness gracious, great balls of fire at 71 cents. Guys, we only got 30 more minutes here with me, so make sure you vote on that poll, guys. That poll, we are up to 24 votes. We can end the poll in one more vote, guys. I only need one more vote from you. Get that vote in so we can see, will the TRKA end green or red? And right now, it looks like if you hit green, you might have a nice little advantage here. But it being in the supply, getting these wick off Toppersons on the 5-minute, it might be red. So hit that, be the last person to vote on this, guys. If you haven't voted on the poll yet, please vote on the poll. We love to get a little bit of a sentiment on the overall market in the morning. We close that poll after about 20-25 votes, and then we do the same thing with a wild stock in the afternoon. So TRKA is a wild stock. If you don't think it's wild, then I think you're wild. Goodness gracious. TRKA breaking down at 70 cents. Is it going to hold this area between 68 and 72? Trade sideways for a while before heading higher? Only time will tell, but we will be here to we're gonna be here, guys. We'll just be here. How about that? UNCY looks like it's trying to trade sideways. Mikey, I'm not sure if you took a trade on this thing, but it did have a nice little pop first thing this morning, and then it has been selling off ever since. So UNCY looking pretty good, with TRKA now breaking down to 69, that happy, beautiful number of 69. Yes, you heard it here first. TRKA is at 69 cents. JSPR, look, it looks like that breakout is working out for us if we would have taken it. But you guys seen the first couple weeks I was taking breakout strategies, it was lose after lose. So if the market wants to continue higher, maybe these breakout strategies start working better. But for right now, I'm kind of pulling back from those, and I'm going to stick to my earnings plays and easy, simple support and demand areas. Now we have 25 votes on the poll. We're going to end that poll, and that poll ends with 60 being green for TRKA and 40% of you saying red for TRKA. So when we look at TRKA, that means that in order for the overall green, in order to stay, we need to just stay above the open price of 60 cents. So as long as we stay above 60 cents, that our group sentiment at 60% will be right. If it breaks down, the 40% will be right. Okay, so it's a very interesting area here. I showed you the supply. Right here's our supply. We're starting to sell off in that area. We started to sell off here, but we broke on through with even more volume, and now we're starting to see people selling off. Now, good news is this is lighter selling volume than it is buying volume. So we want to see this at least hold the 66 cent area, trade sideways so we can find another trade on this thing. So things are looking scrumptious. I absolutely like it. And while I'm over here, I'm going to take another 3 shares off of our meta trade. Why? Well, because it's breaking down nicely, and I just want to make sure I'm paying myself as we go down. So now, if I got completely out, we'd only take a $15 total loss rather than that $45 loss that we originally had. So I like to pay myself when I'm up. I pay myself those profits, and then I always hold a longer piece for that longer term run. So right now, we have 8 more shares left on Meta to try and make some paper. So what's the overall market looking like? Well, let's take a look at the SPY, and it looks like it's found a bid right here at 406.39. So that might be great for the market to trade sideways in, or maybe we just give it a little squirt and we sell off harder. So we're going to hold on to Meta on these last 8 shares to see what it wants to give us, and we will check the rest of our trades now. Yes, New Vision says NVIDIA is curling back up. So we're going to go ahead and look at through my trades, and I know we have NVIDIA on here, which I don't, NVDA, there, now it's on here, and we can start with NVDA. So NVIDIA, I read that is curling back up. So I didn't even know it was all the way back down here to this area, which is pretty interesting to see, because 240.51 is my, 241 is my buy-in area, which is right, 241 is right here, so not where that green area is, 241.02. So we're down about $10.30 on NVDA with 20 share size. So we're going to see what NVDA wants to do when you say it's curling up, back up. I can see the wick offs on the 5-minute and why you would think that. We're trying to defend this VWAP area right now. So we're going to see if that's what NVIDIA wants to do, is defend this VWAP area. If it breaks down anywhere from there, I'll be holding my breath, because this is going to be a little loss down here at 237 from 241. So that's 4 times 20, 246, that's an $80 loss. We need to reduce my share size. What am I doing with this many shares, guys? What am I doing with this many shares? So we need to reduce the share size. I should have taken a little off at the top, shouldn't I have? So we're going to reduce this share size. This should be more of a buy in this area. It looks like, still learning every single day, guys. So let me cheers to you. Little sip Shawana. HD puts are looking pretty good, is what Alex said. So let's go ahead and take a look at HD puts. Let's go ahead and reduce this share size, though, so I don't come back and get caught in my own crap. So let's look at HD puts.
Wait, brother. We appreciate your support.
Home Depot. So the good old Home Depot is trading below its 200-day moving average, and with the overall market looking pretty good right now, it hasn't done much of anything. So is HD puts a good idea? I don't know personally, but Alex, you seem to know the options trading a little better than I do. So if you're thinking puts here, make sure you know what your risk is, and that risk looks like $300 even. So good risk reward in that same sense. You know, $300 even, psychological, and it's also right by a 200-day moving average. So I could see your trade there, Alex. Just please be careful, know your risk, and make sure you don't take any lotto trades. We don't like to see or hear anybody taking lotto trades in here. Alex, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about. So don't act like you're not. Don't act like you don't know what I'm talking about. Okay? All right, anyway. The Seeds of Humanity says, are you able to show the Ortex info or TRKA so we can see if shorts are covering? So if you're looking up the information on TRKA, the only thing I look up is the float and the short float interest. When it comes to anything like that for Ortex or anything like that, I don't pay for anything on this show. So if you have to pay for information, I don't pay for information ever. I feel like you can find and abstract all information for free one way or another. So when it comes to the Seed family of humanity, no, I do not look up the Ortex, but if you know of a free site that can bring the viewership even more context to their trades, you let me know and I will look it up after the show so that way we can bring the best commentary, stock analysis, and live trading for this community. So let me know and we will definitely keep an eye on it. So TRKA, when it comes to are people selling or are people holding, I did mark out the Seeds of Humanity. I marked out where your liquidity area was. It was right in this 80, 70, 80 cent area. We've seen that we had a little resistance here, but it broke down, caught VWAP, and pushed right on through. And then we've seen this big wick off here on this 5 minute. It also landed on the 15 as well. So you see this big wick off, and that is a big tall tail of that we have sellers there. And we talked about this, guys. We talked about this in pre-market of the things that TRK could happen, and we are looking at them happening now. So guys, when you see this, and you see this happening, you want to wait for a good area to get in, or when you see these big wicks off, you need to make sure you're selling some of those shares into that strength, okay? Alex C says, no lottos with an exclamation mark. You know I like to hear that. We don't want any lottos in this business, baby. No lottos. So, yeah. Let's see. So, with Meta breaking down even further, we're up another $8.38 on this. I might just go ahead and get out of Meta, but I kind of want to hold for the bigger move down to that 180 because that's where that game plan is. So maybe I get 4 more shares out here. That doesn't work. I need to use this. So I get 4 more shares out and I buy 4 more shares of this market. So now we are down to 4 share size left on Meta, and I'm gonna go ahead and just put my stop loss on this, or maybe just take the rest out. I'm gonna wait. If this thing comes back to break even on this, then I'll be out. No big deal. Okay. So 188.46 is my out. So I'll just go ahead and do this. Cancel. And we'll set this on the break even. So 188.46. Let's see, 188.46. So right here, we'll do 188.51. So that way we have a nice even area, and bada bing, bada boom. My stop loss is in. I don't have to worry about this. TRKA breaking down to that 66-cent area, and it looks like it's found a nice little shelf right here at 65 cents. We'll see if it wants to stutter step in that area. If it doesn't and wants to keep on heading lower, watch out below. We know our biggest area of support is going to be that 50-cent area. If it wants to head all the way back down there and give up those gains, I'm not really looking at TRKA as a hard squeeze anymore. So here we go. It's starting to wick off on this 5 minute. This might be a new area of support, but these are buy or sell recommendations, guys. I'm just calling it how I sees it. Okay, and I sees it how's I calls it. I'm raw, I'm real, baby. And if you like any of this entertainment, hit that like, hit that subscribe button. That's the only thing I'm gonna ask of you guys. I'm not gonna ask for money. I'm only gonna ask for your time, your dedication. Be here for pre-market prep, like and subscribe. Simple as that, guys. I don't ask them much, but I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 till 12, giving you it all, baby. UNCY, still breaking down. Mikey, I hope you got yourself a pretty little short in that, because it looks like it's working out exactly how you would want to see a short sale work out, as JSPR breaking down. Let's take a look at KALA. So KALA, I did see KALA in pre-market or I'm sorry, in aftermarket. I tried to actually get in short here, but my broker won't let me do it. And it's a good thing it didn't, or I would have woke up this morning with a big short sale. So why am I taking short sales into the close over the weekend? Well, I'm not doing that anymore. I can promise you that. So we learn from our mistakes. If you don't learn from mistakes, then you're just a loser. So let's see. HG Puts want to see it play out with the VWAP era. Yeah, I agree with you that, Alex C. And one thing is too, guys, eventually, very soon here, I might take an options trade. It'll be my first options trade, and I want to do it on air, on the show. But that's going to take me a little time to understand what my risk is in options. It's a totally different game way of playing, but I always want to learn something new here. So if I can learn and understand options, it's only going to help the show. It's only going to help you, and it's only going to help me grow. So bear with me, and eventually, one of these days, you better believe it, one of these days very soon, I'll probably be taking a nice little short sale with my boy Alex on an options trade. So, let's see. What else do we got going on here, guys? What else do we got going on? So, we got play SL at VWAP still in profit, and you can just play runners. Very nice. The CD Hammy says, yes, sir. Awesome. Well, I'm glad we're all in agreement then. And if you want me to talk about something, you need to let me know, ladies and gentlemen. You got to tell me in the chat. Because if you don't say it, if you don't speak it, TRKA, if you don't say it, you don't speak it, you don't spray it, then how am I supposed to know? I got some great capabilities, but reading your mind is not one of them. So let me know what you want to see in the chat, and we will talk some crap about that. Meta looks like it's still breaking down. It tried to bounce back up into that VWAP area, and it looks like it's selling off pretty hard. Now, we know that 185 down here, this 185, 186 area, this is a very big buy area. So if it can hold this area, Meta's looking very, very strong to the north side. But we will see. Only time is going to tell. It's going to fight under this VWAP for a while before it wants to tell us what it wants to do. So we will see. All in good time. I'm getting a little AMR over here. AMR 181.87, looking good. Let's see how our Ford's doing, guys. So Ford, we're only up 50 cents on this thing. It's only trading sideways. It's not doing me much of anything. So I don't really care for Ford here. It's very, very boring because this thing only moves 3.1% in a day. I might just take my 50 cents and call it good, and it doesn't look like 50 cents anymore. Yes, 50 cents. We're gonna take our dollar out of this thing. We're gonna see. We're gonna wait. We're gonna wait to see what it wants to do at VWAP. But I'm sick of already waiting for this thing to flush. So if this thing wants to break above this area, it can go right ahead and get me out for a very small loss. If not, if this thing wants to break down and flush out, well then we'll just hold on to this thing, slowly bringing our stop down with it. So I'm still in 100 shares short of Ford, waiting to see what's happening, and I am still 4 shares short in Meta, trying to continue to print some delicious tendies on this one. So I'm actually going to bring my stop down to the VWAP area on Meta, because if it's going to cam down from that area, I don't think I want to be in it if it breaks back above it now, okay? ALGM. So I bought a few shares in this, just 5 shares, because I want to see how this thing plays out in this area. I want to make sure I keep a close eye, and what better way to do that than to actually have money in the trade itself. CRUS, we're up about $3 on CRUS. We got in around this area trying to play this beautiful little cup. This little cup here, but the reason why I took it was because it was squatting down on that 21-day moving average, looking absolutely scrumptious. So, Alex C says, hopefully we are going to play a $1 million lotto. Well, I tell you this, if you get me into an options trade, Alex, it better not be risking $1 million, because I don't want to risk that. That's about half my money, and I'm just kidding. RBLX, let's see RBLX. So RBLX, this is my second trade on RBLX. We're up about $2.40 on this short sale trade using the top of $42 as my stop loss. So we're going to see what RBLX wants to do, but personally I'm looking for the longer short sale into this, expecting this thing to come down to about $39 or way, way lower. So if I can hold on to these simple 30 shares, I think over time, even though this thing only moves 5%, that's still enough movement to print me some delicious tendies on this stock. So CLMT. Now, I only own 1 share of CLMT, and I'm just kind of seeing how it wants to shape up around this 10-day moving average on the daily. It is creating a beautiful cup and handle. You know I like it. You know you like it. And if you don't, well, that's A-okay. Let's look at something else then. XM still continuing to break down. Guys, you don't like to see that. After a huge push up and then it opens, we get a bunch of selling off from a lot of people, which tells me, guys, I don't like to see that sell off. I don't like to see it at all. It almost makes me want to cut this trade and say, hey, okay, that's it. You know, we're done. So maybe what I will do here is I will take 30 shares of this trade off this, and you know that might be my biggest, I might wish I didn't do this, but I'm going to tell you, what's going to hurt me more, and sometimes I ask myself that when I'm managing trades. What's going to hurt me more? This thing coming right back down knowing that I could have taken at least $10 off, or this thing skyrocketing up wishing I didn't take wishing that I didn't take anything off? Well, I can tell you this. Having money and then watching yourself give it all back hurts more than anything, because if this thing skyrockets now back up to the top, well, I'm still making that money on 35 shares. As to where if this thing breaks right back down and stops me out to break even, well, then I have nothing to show for it, right? So now I at least have $10 to show for this trade. I made my money on this trade, and now I can set my stop loss to break even at $17.20. So we're going to go right here at this $17.15. It doesn't really matter where we're at. And we're going to hit this button to close. So now we have made money on this trade. Now this is a no sweat trade. I could come back next week and take a look at XM, and I would be okay, because it's either going to stop me out of this trade for break even, and I know I've already made 10 bucks, or this thing's going to take off higher, and then I can see where I can take more profits from. So guys, we only have 8 minutes left in this amazing show. So if you like stock commentary analysis, if you like live trades, if you like learning, heck, if you like just being here for the camaraderie, I do appreciate you. But I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. So if you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, hit that like, hit that subscribe. I won't ever ask anything of you. I'm the opposite of a scam artist. I try to protect you from the garbage, scam artists that are all over the place. Guys, if you have any kind of questions, just throw them up in the chat. I am here for you. So cheers. This is my quick 5-second break. And with 8 minutes left, let's go ahead and take a look at a few things. TRKA, guys, TRKA. Looks like it did find that bounce at 66 cents, now trading at 68 cents, looking absolutely scrumptious. Congratulations for anybody still holding onto this thing. We have Finger, FNGR, we have Kala trading sideways. Wow, good for you, Kala. Actually hold some of those gains. Was not expecting that out of Kala. Looking absolutely great. Let's take a look at the overall market. SPY still green on the trade, sitting right above VWAP. Now, VWAP is trying to hold out on the SPY. So, does it want to hold out? If this thing holds out and trades sideways, SPY is looking so strengthly. It's not something you want to mess with, guys. Don't mess with it. If you think you want to short this, if it holds sideways for days, oh my gosh, it might build, and push on higher. So we will see, all in good time, SPY trying to hold out that VWAP area. So I want to bring NVDA up because I don't think we touched on that. Yeah, we did. We touched on the video. We knew we got, did I even take any shares out of this thing? Holy guacamole. Goodness gracious. Did I not get any shares out of NVDA? Wow, I don't think I did, guys. We got 35 shares of NVDA. We're down about $20. We're trying to bounce off that VWAP area. This might be the time where, I'm going to want to sell off into this strength because we are down a couple of bucks. So I think I'm going to go ahead and take 5 off here, and we'll see. This thing's really going to mess me up. We're going to want to sell into this. I'm out of Meta. So with the overall market wanting to head high, and we're out of Meta, so overall, we're down $18 on Meta. Okay, we were trying to short this thing from the start because I talked about that 185, that very strong 185 area. So when it popped back up into here, I was using this as a stop and it stopped me out. So when it pushed up here, I started seeing some wicks. I got in short and it ended up coming back up and stopping me out. So it's A-okay with Meta. We're gonna take the small wins that we had on our last 2 trades on Meta, and we're just gonna go ahead and stay. Okay, that's the way Meta is gonna play out for me. Of course, it's gonna keep playing games with my heart, especially if it wants to break back down. So these buttons are killing me, guys. They're killing me, but it's a-okay. You know, everything has its difficulties. Everything has its difficulties. When you think you got it figured out, guys, something throws you a nice little curveball, and it makes you really question the way you trade and how you take care of things. And that you have to learn to adapt. You got to learn to adapt to the markets, to the situations. That's why I always preach risk reward, because if you don't have risk reward, then you don't even have an edge. You don't even have an edge. You're just gambling with everything you get in. So nothing against gambling, guys. As long as it's not harming you or your family, gamble all you want. Have fun with it. You know, but just know what you're risking. Know your risk. Know your reward. You know what's going on with it. So what is going on? So okay, so we took a little bit out there. We're gonna see what this thing wants to give us. I'm gonna keep NVIDIA up on this left-hand side because I want to see what the overall sentiment is going to be on that. Because if it wants to break back down, I want to get out of that trade pretty dang quickly. So we're just going to go over the rest of my trades. RBLX, yeah. So just trading sideways. CRUS kind of breaking down here. ALGM, this will be the area I might want to start loading the boat, but we'll see. And Meta, we're completely out of that trade. So I can get Meta off this finally because we are done with Meta. And Ford, I think we got we brought our stop down on Ford to closer to break even now, just because we didn't see the flush that I wanted to first thing this morning. But it is a slow mover, so that might take some time to figure out. So things are looking good. I think we're about break even today, guys. It might be a small loss because of that Meta. We might be down a little bit, but I'd say overall today it was a very good day in the market. It was surprising to me in the market to see exactly what happened. I thought we were going to break down from here, guys. I really did, and that's part of it. That's why I want you to show up every single day. Because we you know, the past 3 weeks, you know, I hate to say this out loud because it sounds like I'm being too boastful, but we've been right on almost every single play that we've called. And then this morning, you know, I kept saying this morning, we don't know what's going to happen. I'm expecting to see a pullback. I really was, and we didn't. We did not see a pullback. Every little pullback got bought right back up. So it looked really, really good. And SPY, yeah, SPY is doing really, really well, and I'm very proud of the way SPY handled itself today. So we're going to see what it wants to do with the rest of the market. And yeah, NVIDIA is now pushing higher. We have 30 shares in this thing, so I want to see this thing go to the moon, obviously. But with the overall market now trading sideways, we're going to see what NVIDIA wants to do in this area. So guys, we only got 2 more minutes left, so let me just go ahead and give a shout out to each and every one of you. I do appreciate every one of you being here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, because if I didn't have you, I probably wouldn't be here myself. So you're making it easier for me to be disciplined, and you're making it harder for me to track my trades, but you're making life a lot better showing up. So thank you guys so much for being here. This little sip Shawana is for you. And if you guys have any more questions before I take off here, let me know, because we only got 2 more minutes. And let's go ahead and look at Tesla, because I haven't looked at it in a little bit. Tesla, yeah, still trading sideways in this area. We want to see all good old Uncle Tesla be popping off. Let's look at NVIDIA's on the left-hand side there, looking pretty good. And we got ChargePoint on the right-hand side. And we know ChargePoint is probably going to move when NVIDIA moves, but with the overall sentiment, it's below its 200-day moving average. It had, its earnings wasn't very good. It actually sold off on its earnings. And when you look at ChargePoint, I'm not too happy with it. I'm not too happy with ChargePoint. I don't see any kind of trade here. It does look like, you know, maybe if you look at like a 5-minute or maybe a 15-minute, it looks like it's trying to base out in this area. You could use like $11 as a stop loss if you wanted to. So if you're looking to buy in this area at $11.15, is psychological, and it looks like it's trying to hide. So that might be something you're interested. It might not. Let me know what you think, Alex. But yeah, ChargePoint. Oh, you already have all your stuff on there. Look at that. Thank you, Alex. So awesome, guys. Well, it looks like we're shaping up here. My trading day will continue without you, and I hope if you've made some money, I hope part of it is due to the analysis. So thank you guys so much. I hope to see you guys here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, because I'll be here, baby. You might as well show up. All right? Thank you guys so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I hope you guys have an awesome rest of the day. See you tomorrow. Peace.